Good evening. It is Saturday night. It has just got 8 o'clock, and be warned, expect strong language from the fucking start. Okay? You have been warned. This shit is likely to hit the fan. Right? I'm getting a little bit of feedback here from somewhere.
Okay, I can't hear anything here, so yeah,
It could be
it's all right
me.
this end.
Yeah, it could be me. I don't know, but I am getting a bit of yeah, strange. That's really all weird. I'm getting this double audio.
And it only
Uh,
started when we went live.
yeah, I think maybe I might have cured it now. I think it's potentially cured now. I think perhaps I was getting feedback because it was coming through YouTube.
Uh,
So that's a pleasure.
Potentially,
But
there we are.
look, I am a little bit annoyed at things that have gone on with Doctor Who, and so it's entirely possible that there's going to be plenty of bad language coming through this. Okay, so just be warned, okay? That I'm not holding back this evening. This show is not for kids. It's not at all. Panther UK, Chris just said, just quickly stick my head in to say hello, chaps. Chris, you've just fucking missed it. Okay, you've missed the one whereby we're going to be unloading. Um, I don't care. This whole thing this evening has got me a bit wound up. So if you don't know, before we started the stream, I wanted a brief Lucosa on a situation that has happened involving the actor James Dreyfus. And if you're unaware of what's happened with James Dreyfus, I'll just fill you in. James Dreyfus, as you might know, was a British actor who worked on shows such as Gimme Gimme Gimme, The Thin Blue Line, My Hero. Um, but he's probably most famous for The Thin Blue Line, playing Officer
Yeah.
Goody. I would definitely say that. Now, good evening to Endaf Arwin. Good evening from North Wales. Good evening. So yeah, James Dreyfus, famous for playing Officer Goody from The Thin Blue Line, has apparently, under the current climate, been vanquished from Doctor Who. He was originally playing the part of the Master in, I believe it was the Big Finish audios, and due to his opinion, which was that we should be having an open debate about transgenderism, was immediately painted with the brush of being a transphobic. Not only had he been let go from the show without him knowing, but they had removed him from the artwork for the project and taken him off the CDs and taken him out of the cast list. I mean, this is just extraordinary. Um, I, I, you saw the clip that I sent you.
Yeah.
What do you make of this situation?
It's ludicrously over the top. Um,
It's an overreaction.
Absolutely. I had a lot of respect for Big Finish. They've done a lot of good stuff. I was quite a fan of them. This one incident is it's not going to do them any favours at all. They're going to lose a lot of fans, I think, over this.
And a lot of respect as well. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
there's been talk that Big Finish has been getting a little bit more in line with BBC philosophy. It's gone mad total overreaction. Absolutely. But the thing is, as well, what was worse is the fact that they didn't even have the balls to tell him that he had lost his job.
No, that's right.
He had to go find out because he was seeing he only knew that there was something wrong when the artwork came out and he wasn't in it. And not even not even being told through his agent. They didn't even tell his agent to tell him, oh, you're no longer working on the project. And when he asked why, here's the full brief that I got was that basically what had happened was that J.K. Rowling on Twitter had made some opinions about transgenderism. Um, Now, whether or not you agree or disagree with her opinions is neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Now, from my point of view, she was kind of making the statement of, you know, she was talking about transgenderism in a way that people talk about sex, in the way that people, and basically her opinion was, I don't care. I'm not interested. I don't care.
Hmm.
Um, uh, and basically what happened then was that um, he basically all he did was say, "Look, I think that she's somewhat right. I kind of agree with her. We should be having a proper debate about transgenderism." And because he signed a letter that agreed with that to actually have an open debate about how transgenderism should be addressed, he ended up getting blackmailed. Oh, what was it called? Blackballed, I should say.
Blackballed. Yeah.
I should say. And Daf says, so where are you guys from? I'm guessing, Cameron, you're in Wales. I am in Wales, yes. I'm in South Wales. And you're in the north. Lucosa, where are you currently situated?
I'm in Southend.
There we are.
We still have a bit of a Welsh connection. I am half Welsh.
Southend-on-Sea.
That's the one. Yeah.
Wow. What were you talking about, J.K. Rowling? You're actually living in Hogwarts. I've seen
Lucky old me.
Southend. I've seen Southend. They could have shot the entire film there. Nobody would have known.
Yeah. That's as good. That's as close to a positive as you can get with Southend.
It's a lovely looking place. It is a lovely looking place.
Looks can be deceiving.
It's very rusticy looking. Yeah, I know. I like the looks of Southend. But yeah, I mean, this is an extraordinary situation with James Dreyfus. Really, it's not just an overreaction. I think it's. I mean, given what's happening currently, so is there a particular Doctor Who topic we talk about? Just general stuff, whatever comes up. Actually, yeah. I mean, we're going to be leaving. Talking about John Pertwee's run until next week. Because of some things that have floated to the top this week as well. The trailer for Doctor Who Flux has come out as well,
Yeah.
and it's got a discount Chewbacca in it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
It looks like one of the Wookiees that was in the Star Wars Holiday Special or something.
Don't knock the holiday special, okay? People rag on the holiday special all the time, right? But the fact of the matter is, the holiday special is still better than 7, 8, and 9.
I was going to say myself, I would sooner watch the Holiday Special than The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker every time.
I mean, oh my word, yeah, it's just obvious. I'm just trying to save bandwidth as well. Yeah, the trailer was. The thing is, I just generally the vibe I get from the current era and the current run is that they kind of missing the mark. They're spending all the money on it looking really glossy, but I'm not really seeing the money being spent in the right areas.
No.
Like the Sontaran. He says that Sontaran on the horses. Yeah, the Sontarans was like Sontarans in samurai armor, and okay, that might be part of the story. I don't know, but it's not really.
No.
It didn't grab me.
No, nor me. But then, to be honest, for quite some time now, New Who has not grabbed me, and I keep seeing trailers, and I never see anything in them that makes me think, yeah, I want to check that out. It's
Yeah.
I don't like saying it. I take no pleasure out of saying this, but I have no interest whatsoever in modern Who.
I do feel like a lot of people are actually waiting for Russell T Davis's return. I do feel that there's certainly a climate of now they've announced that Chibs is going, that people are already anticipating the return of the king.
Yeah, which you can kind of understand.
Yeah, I mean, Again, what's that? The six-part story better be good, otherwise I'll lose heart. Yeah, it's not nice saying that. It's really not. You know, and it's not nice feeling it either because nobody wants to. Nobody who's been a fan of Doctor Who as long as we have, like, 40 plus years. Nobody wants to turn around and say that they losing it with the show. And by the way, um, I know there are people out there that say like, oh, you don't like it because you're a hater. Hold on, I bought that this week. I've got all those behind me, and those. But I bought that recently, just over a week ago. This is brilliant. This is spectacular. This is really good. If I hated Doctor Who, surely I would have bought this just to burn it.
Yeah, yeah. Do a video
Um,
just a bit on fire. Yeah.
but actually, this is really good. I've watched this twice now, and it's just so much fun. It's proper. It's a little bit campy. It's a little bit silly. It's a bit goofy. It's got a serious edge. It's a romp. It's just some great Doctor Who sci-fi concepts in there. Plus the humanization of the Daleks as well. It's honestly
Yeah, I remember. I
eh,
remember that. Yeah.
just brilliant. My very first story was Planet of the Spiders when I was 3. That's how old I am. I need to buy that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we done Planet of the Spiders last week, which was yeah. It was still fun. It was still fun.
Yeah, I say Pertwee's last season series, however you want to call it,
Yeah.
wasn't his best, but
It was ups and downs.
it had its good points. I mean, it has the Time Warrior, which is one of my favourite Pertwee stories. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely got plus points in there.
Yeah. But yeah. So to lose, go off track a little bit, just to go back to where we were with again talking about with the return of Russell T Davies and so on, and to go back to talking about Flux for a moment. We It's both a plus and a minus that they keep everything close to the chest. We don't know anything about the, they've released trailers for Doctor Who, but we know nothing about the story. It's just images. We don't know what the synopsis is. I mean, how can you like? I get that they want to keep it close, but how can you not have the synopsis? Do you know what I mean? It's usually on the back of every DVD case. It's usually on, the breakdown. Um,
Yeah, we usually get at least some sort of like general idea of what to expect, but
yeah.
yeah, for this we have absolutely nothing.
But the interesting thing is that they seem to always not do a synopsis and yet blow the spoilers.
Well, especially these days, yeah. The trailers just have every spoiler there is going. Yeah,
Yeah. Look at this, and we had if you look in Flux, you have like Dalek ships, and you've got Santarans, Weeping Angels, and I was just like, so you put all the monsters out there, like
yeah, and it looks like. Are they going to be relying on favourite monsters? Are we going to have anything new, anything original? Or is it just going to be, established? We had Cybermen in there as well.
yeah.
Is it just going to be all of these and nothing new? If it is reusing all the well-known Doctor Who villains, monsters, aliens, whatever, does that sort of reek of desperation? They're having to rely on the stuff that they know is popular rather than try and bring something new in.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. The Yeah, it's kind of like greatest hits, and you're right. I mean, as much as I try to complain of the fact that they seem to be holding down on, I want them to be going forward um with broader stories, with more sci-fi stories. Just your general sci-fi, not. They do seem to be hitting the here's a popular villain story.
Hmm.
They seem to be hitting that button a lot. What do you think Dan, the new companion, is going to be like? I think he's going to be a lot like John. I just think John Bishop is going to show up and play John.
Yeah.
I really don't think that they are. I mean, it's an interesting idea to cast John Bishop, right? It really is.
Interesting, but does that mean good?
I don't know. It's look. You can't fault this series for taking chances. You can say whatever people can say whatever the hell they want to about the show, whether it's good or bad, indifferent. They take chances, huge chances. Whether they pay off or not is another thing.
Mm.
That's a matter of opinion. Some people like it, some people don't. It has run or into rough territory, big time.
Yeah.
Um, but what do I think of the Tanner's new companion going to be like? I think that the John Bishop is going to bring a lot of what John Bishop brings, which is just his jovial tone. He's got that sort of slight cynicism to his tone. When he's saying things, he's everything comes with a bit of a backhanded slap.
Yeah. Well, that could just be because he's a scouser.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I wonder if the other companion, Yaz, is going to stay for Jodie's full time. Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, is Yaz a valid companion? I mean, she's a full time companion, I suppose, but she's in a I don't know, she's a non entity, really. Um, she's just so vague as a character. I don't know what the sort of. I mean, here's a police officer that doesn't know what it's like to be a police officer.
Yeah.
She's. I don't
Yeah.
know. Any companion ever stayed with a doctor full run before? Oh yeah, Rose. Yeah, Rose. Yes.
Yeah, I think the next closest one would be Jamie. There was only
Yeah.
one, wasn't there, that he wasn't in the Power of the Daleks, but that was
No.
it as far as the
Well,
Troughton era, wasn't it?
Highlanders right the way through, isn't it? Yeah, it was Highlanders to the finish.
Yeah,
That is a beast of a run when you think about it for a companion.
yeah. Well, he was
Um,
a great companion.
I
Always
mean,
a fan of Jamie.
but the longest serving one has got to be Sarah Jane Smith, though.
Must
She
be. I
went
mean,
she went from sort of like season 2 or season 3 Pertwee's run, something like that, right the way through to sort of mid Tom
yeah.
Hand of Fear.
Yeah, Hand of Fear, wasn't it? So that's
Just
a good what, 5 years,
it's
4 years.
a while, yeah.
Yeah,
And Perry with the Sixth Doctor, apart from Vervoids, yeah.
yeah,
Purple Gilliam Brown.
yeah. What a name.
Yeah, but they knew what they were doing, casting Nicola Overton.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
There was no,
Yeah, yeah, we could all see what they were doing there.
there was no pretense on that one. It was a case of get out there in front of the camera and wear those shorts. It's snow, but who cares?
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
I mean, I could bend the rules a little bit with, two other, in quotes, companions, K9, Chameleon, for, the vast amount of time that he was there.
Again, when people talk, I mean, Chameleon's an idea that would work really well today because we got the effects to actually do it.
Yeah, but
And
we didn't have them back then.
No, I mean the robot looked like it was built by a mannequin that they had abducted and crossed over with.
Well, so is it true? I don't know if you know about this story that they literally just found that prop. It had been like slung out somewhere, and they just picked it up and took it and said, "Yeah, we'll have that."
I can believe it. I can believe that it's partly true that maybe they found bits of it and put it together. But I would have said that it was purposely built for Doctor Who, but I think they found, like a lot of things, they probably just found bits of it in the skip.
Well, I also think that the guy who put it together, he either wasn't connected with the show at all, or he left the show before they started using it. And when he left, he didn't tell anybody how to actually program the thing and get it to move and get
Yeah.
the dialogue to speak at the right time. So
They,
they were
they,
having
they,
to
they should
guess
have.
as they
They
went
should have.
along.
Yeah, they should have had a double puppet. They should have had
Yeah,
two puppets, and one should have been just the torso up, so they could
yeah.
have just puppeted it underneath, similar to how they did the Terminator. Um, and that raises a good question here. So, which classic monsters haven't they brought back yet? That they'd like to see? Sea devils. I'd love to see the Wyrm. Black Guardian.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the Black Guardian. Just because he's unstoppable.
The only thing that would make me hesitant about bringing back the Black Guardian is obviously it couldn't be Valentine Dial, and
Yeah.
I am a huge fan of him. And
But
having
certainly Ian
anyone
McKellen.
other than him, well, yeah. So yeah, you got a great choice there. I don't know if he would do it, but that would be a great one to have.
Yeah, I think having Ian McKellen as the Black Guardian would work in absolute buckets. Um,
Fine choice.
yeah. But yeah, I would definitely bring back the Black Guardian. I would definitely bring back the Celestial Toymaker. Yeah, because here's the
Oh,
interesting thing: the Celestial Toymaker was actually going to come back, but Michael Goff was actually up for doing it as well. And I believe I could be wrong about it. It's either an earlier part of the run, but I believe they were getting ready to do the Black Guardian for an episode involving Matt Smith, and Michael Goff became ill and actually passed away.
right.
So
I'm not sure about that.
that's what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. Was that they were actually getting ready to bring back the Celestial Toymaker. Um. So yeah. Yeah. I'd love it if they brought Evil Derek Jacobi Master Infrastory. He was amazing. Oh yeah, yeah. That
That
moment.
that really was a wasted opportunity. He was fantastic in those
Yeah.
few minutes when he was actually the master.
I,
And every time I see that clip, I just think, oh, why couldn't they have just kept him on for just at least
yeah.
one more story? But
Just had him for an episode as the master, like
yeah,
just to see because I mean the thing was he was playing this feeble person, this bumbling, feebling professor.
yeah,
And then when he switched, then he was just to show how the range of the guy
yeah.
when he was and he was, don't get me wrong, he was laying on the ham. He was
Oh
laying it
yeah,
on.
oh yeah.
He was dripping, but but he was brilliant. Didn't like Johnson's master. I wasn't keen on him. No, I wasn't either.
No,
I still don't see him as the master really.
no.
Yeah, he's too. It's like the Joker. He felt to me like he was trying to be the Joker.
It was
Um,
it was it was bordering on pantomime in places. I thought.
Yeah, and it was very over the top.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, we've just done Roger Delgado, so I mean,
Yeah. No
what do
one
you
is
do
going to
with that?
compare. Yeah.
There's seldom people that can compete with that level. I preferred Missy than him. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I totally see where you're coming from. Even though I think that should have been somebody else other than the master. I can see where you're coming
Yeah.
from because I think she was at least a completely rounded person, a completely rounded character. But I do think that there's been recently. I think that there's been a lot of balls and up going on at the BBC where they're insisting on things happening in the show. Because I don't know if how much you know this, Chris. Lucosa, sorry. But it's Chris as well, isn't it?
It is, yes. That's
It
why
can't
I
be someone.
stick with the Lucosa,
Yeah,
because if you're saying
yeah,
Chris, we're like, oh, yeah, which one? Yeah.
yeah. This one, yeah, yeah. But yeah. I mean, with what's been going on, um, like I don't know how aware you are of with what happened with we were talking about Stephen Moffat, and Stephen Moffat was getting involved with writing. This was leading up to him writing the 50th anniversary, right? So it's going back 10 years
Mm.
or eight years at the moment. And he was talking about how much involvement the BBC were having with him writing the show.
Interference, in other words. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically, he was saying that there are six executives above him that were always giving him notes. They were always saying, "Do this, do this, do this, do this." And he said that when he was writing the 50th anniversary, at one point, one BBC executive had given him 50 notes, right? So this is why I just say about when people talk about the Chris Chibnall era, it's easy for people to poke fun at sort of his writing or whatever, or to say, you know, this is crap, this is rubbish, or this is woke and all this, and it's coming from
Mm.
Chibnall. But you don't know that. He's making the best of whatever pie he's given,
Yeah.
and we
I,
don't know what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think Chibnall is a better writer than he's given credit for. He's getting a lot of stick for his Doctor Who era, but like you say, we don't know how much interference he's getting from the BBC. You've got to put this in. You've got to have
Yeah,
that. No, you can't have that in there. You know, how much freedom is he being given? I suspect it's
yeah.
very, very little.
Well, and again, this is a matter of fact. I'm not you know going to surprise anybody here. But when we talk about the fact that Matt Smith was cast, Matt Smith was cast before Stephen Moffat even had a say. He was cast by Piers Wenger. The guy running the show didn't even have the choice in who was going to play the Doctor, right? So this is and look, there's nothing wrong with it because like as it turns out, Stephen Moffat and Matt Smith had a great rapport. But the fact of the matter was, there were other people and other executives making decisions exclusively based upon, and it wouldn't surprise me with the casting of somebody like Jodie Whittaker, whether or not they was just like, right, we don't care who you cast as long as
Yeah,
it's a woman,
yeah.
and therefore he's going to rely on right then. I'll go to Jodie because um, she's somebody I can rely on because I know how she works, and that wouldn't surprise me at all. Two questions here we've got. Is it controversial for me to say that I hope the 14th Doctor is a man? No, it's not.
No.
It could be if you said he was a white man.
Yeah.
If you say the 14th Doctor is going to be an Indian man or a Chinese man or a black man, I think that's going to be fine. But I think if you said that he's going to be white,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
a
yeah.
white a white a
Cool.
white straight man.
Oh, well, no, now you really are pushing it, aren't you?
Cameron, have I ever been up North Wales? Loads of classic Doctor Who locations. Yes, I have. Yeah, I've been to Port Merion. Yeah. Yeah, been to Snowdonia and all around there. They filmed the Death Zone from the Five Doctors. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec. I live 5 miles away from where they filmed the Death Zone for the Five Doctors. Oh, it's not bad. It's like quarry of Blaenau Festiniog. Ah, lovely. Yes. Well, I mean, them and quarries is a thing. It's man.
Forever associated with Doctor Who, aren't you? There's more
Yeah.
of an association with Doctor Who than there is with North Wales.
I mean, but I mean, Endaf makes a good point though, because having when you go to North Wales, there's a lot of really sort of steep slope mountainside. Particularly if you go through one particular area, like in the valleys here, it's a bit more of a gentle slope to the top. Whereas in North Wales, it's a bit more, a bit more vertical. And I'm just curious as to whether or not, obviously they're filming in quarries and so on, but you've also got the option of filming on these spectacular locations, and they never did. I'm just rather find that a bit strange. Like they could have filmed episodes of Doctor Who in like Snowdonia National Park.
I always assume that it comes down to money. Because when the BBC are involved, a lot of the time that is always the bottom line. So I think it was always a case of right, which is the which location is going to be the cheapest for us to use. We'll use that one.
So it's also possible that it might be easier to control public if you're filming in a quarry because you can just say nobody's allowed inside these wires anyway.
True. Yeah, there is certainly that. Yeah.
So it's from the Abominable Snowman up there too. Yeah, that's going back a bit. That is, yeah. But yeah, no. I mean, North Wales. There's an area of North Wales. I'm trying to think what it's called. Um, it's got a weird name. It translates as like the Bulls Pint Five, or it's a weird name. It is.
Yeah,
It's
I
honestly,
can't help you with that one.
yeah, it's a really weird name. But you go through that area and it's spectacular. And I live in a pretty looking place, but we drove through there. I remember because we'd driven up from Aberystwyth and got up around and decided to go up and around and down. So we sort of drove up and then come down through the middle, and which is a hell of a drive. Um, but it was just like, this looks spectacular. Like this is this. Why would you not use this as a location?
Yeah.
Instead, then they end up going to South Africa instead. Um, Even though they film in Cardiff. Do do I speak Welsh? No, I speak bits of Welsh. I have not ever. I think I speak more Cantonese than I do Welsh. That, that's that's entirely probable. Um, I've just had more use for it. You don't get nobody around here speaks Welsh really. We get
Yeah,
it on bus
isn't
stops and
it?
signs and
Isn't it mostly North Wales where they actually
yeah.
speak Welsh?
But
Yeah.
I mean, it's to be understandable because a lot of the stuff has been, and in particular since the introduction of like the M4 and so on, everything bleeds in from across the border and so on, and it's just you know there's not a lot of Welsh going on. Even if you went up to go up to Aberystwyth, where it's quite a Welsh speaking place, but I've never had to use it. Because anytime you speak to somebody, most people tend to speak English. So, um, yeah, it's just it's a bit of a shame, but again, it's what it is, really.
Yeah, exactly.
If nobody else is speaking it,
Yeah, yeah. Not much point you being the only person who does. Yeah.
yeah. But no, I speak some. I do speak some. It's all the school, but again, this the stuff they used to teach us in school. Um, Actually, speaking of the only real schooling for Welsh, I was telling you this a couple of weeks ago. Was the old show that we used to have on S4C called Falabalab?
Oh, yes, you showed us the clip of it. Yeah, I remember that. I'm not going to forget that in a hurry. Mind you, like you said at the time, it still looked better than Invasion of the Dinosaurs did.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. A lot of what's happening with Doctor Who as well is falling into currently the current climate of the decline of male personas and things.
Yeah.
Um, I mentioned briefly before we began this that I wanted to talk about other things as well because tonight is going to be one of those nights whereby going to be a bit of a free for all. Okay,
Okay, oh, yeah, I'll take that.
so given what's been happening in the world media stage, and given that Hollywood tends to be behind with things, usually about a decade behind the rest of the world. You can imagine that there's a lot of things going on where people are panicking now to catch up on things, in particular with production on things due to a pandemic and so on. So as it happens, the Last Jedi happened, where the
Yeah,
male characters were replaced by female characters.
yep.
The same sort of thing happened in plenty of other productions as well, including the most recent James Bond movie.
Yes, which I have avoided.
Yeah, and also it's now apparently happening in the new Indiana Jones film,
Yeah.
where Indiana Jones is now going to be replaced by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. No,
So, yeah, okay.
yes. So this this is infecting movies right now. Um, it's yeah. Here, the last year, female actresses are cheaper to pay. No, they shouldn't be because it should be illegal right now, but it is in the UK anyway. which is another situation to talk about as well. But the fact of the matter is, I don't see it being really any good or any benefit to the characters to make female characters subservient to the male character. So a male character is introduced as the hero of a story, and then the female character goes, "Aha! I'm going to take over from you now." And it's like, well, you do your own thing.
Yeah,
Like
it's they seem to think that this is
it's not going to
uh,
prop up the women anymore because they've just been handed it. It's just like you haven't earned this.
yeah. Yeah, I think I've got to be bit careful how I word some of
No, you
this.
haven't. No, you haven't. Screw it.
Right, some of the like ultra feminists do seem to quite like this direction, but I
Yeah.
think you'll find the majority of women are finding this is doing them no favours at
No.
all.
How can it? How can it do them any sort of favors when, at the end of the day, instead of them becoming their own character, instead of them these actresses being their own thing, they've been handed this because they're female,
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
and
It's
that's the only qualification.
yeah, it has nothing to do with ability, as you know, and that should always be the number one criteria. How good are they at whatever role or whatever?
Hmm.
No, that doesn't get a mention. If you're a woman, right, you're in. Are you black? You're in. Are you any good at the job? Who cares?
Yeah. End of says Peter Davison didn't like it when they cast the 13th Doctor a woman because he said it was important to have non-violent male role models. I mean, she can still be a role model. I don't think that really matters so much. But the fact of the matter is that it's very, very cheap. It's very cheap to go, Bond, the 007 is now a woman.
yeah, it's a very cheap
Indiana Jones is
publicity
now a
stunt.
woman.
Yeah,
The hero is no longer Luke Skywalker; it's a woman. But
yeah,
it's so cheap that these characters can't be their own thing. You know, Ray inherited the moisture farm on Tatooine, and then the name Skywalker, and
yeah.
what?
That all came from nowhere. Why did she suddenly be? The last I heard, she was a Palpatine, but now
Yeah,
she's a Skywalker. Why? We don't know. Mind you, I mean, when it comes to the last Skywalker, there are so
I
many
I
questions
don't.
that just, yeah,
It took me 8 months before I saw that film, and I hope it'll be another 8 years before I have to see it again.
yeah.
Uh,
It is possibly the worst written film I've ever seen, and believe me, I have seen plenty of shit films.
Yeah, I think it's important to have male role models for boys who don't rely on guns fighting to win battles. It's true. I can see where you're coming from, but I don't think that requires them to be male. To have role models that do that isn't a requirement of being male. I think that you there are plenty of good characters that you can draw inspiration from that don't require that you. I mean, there are plenty of characters out there that you could draw from. I mean, Christ, Optimus Prime, he's not even human.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what I grew up with. He's not necessarily male. I mean, and yeah, it's not necessary for that, but it is necessary to have these characters be able to stand on their own, and you can't have characters that stand on their own when they're just given things.
yeah.
They don't earn them.
That's the thing that annoys me the most. It's okay, yeah, make the character female, make the character black, make the character gay, whatever. All right, yeah, all right,
Doesn't
fair
matter.
enough.
Yeah.
But suddenly, from out of nowhere, they master every single thing they do like that,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
and
Oh,
there
but
is no reason for it other than
it gets worse because if you look at the actual way that these handovers have happened, it's not that these people have ended up getting there by themselves either.
yeah,
They've got there by the male character giving their life for them, right? I mean, Luke sacrificed himself for Ray, to deal with. And I don't even know what the hell that was about. He just
No.
decided to suicide himself.
Yeah.
Just on a whim. They done it with Bond now recently as well, where Bond supposedly have killed himself.
Well, going
Um,
back to
I haven't seen it myself yet though, so.
no, I haven't at all. I
But there
don't
are
think I
lots of
will.
instances over the past couple of years whereby male characters have gone, right then, I'm going to kill myself for you.
Yeah, the other thing is, and again, The Last Jedi is a shining example of this. They also do it by making the women look like, far better by making male characters extremely stupid.
Yeah, oh, they did
I
it with
mean,
Supergirl.
yeah, like with Luke Skywalker in The
Hmm.
Last Jedi, a lot of the time he just doesn't want to know. He's a miserable old sod, which I can totally relate to. But there's the scene where he is having a sort of lightsaber clash with Rey. Now, he has been, supposedly like, a Jedi. We went all through his training. He'd been a Jedi for
Yeah.
decades. Rey had barely held a lightsaber, and she was able to beat him.
Hmm.
No, that
Again,
wouldn't happen.
this is why they did the Mandalorian season 2 the way they did. Is because
Oh,
Dave
that
Filoni
ending.
yeah, Dave Filoni wasn't
Yeah.
having it. So yeah, I actually think it would be better if the Doctor actually failed sometimes. Has he ever failed at the end of a story, Genesis? Did he achieve his goal there? I mean, he did go off. The bomb did go off because a Dalek run over the leads. So he did kind of achieve his goal, even though there was a bit of a delay on it. Would the Doctor fail? Yeah, the Doctor should fail.
Yeah, I agree.
The Doctor absolutely should fail. There should be plenty of instances where the Doctor fails,
Yeah.
because if you go back to, because in a couple of weeks we're going to be doing William Hartnell's run, and the earlier Doctors are more about just escaping the scenario.
Yeah, and that's a kind of scenario I do like. He shouldn't
Yeah,
be some sort of like superhero that can solve everything.
absolutely not.
Sometimes his success should be, we got out of there alive. That's it.
And that's true. And that, because I mean, which one was it that we were doing? Was the John Pertwee one? Was it the one we had to solve the puzzles? The one with the
Uh,
shitty cliffhanger.
Death to the Daleks.
Yes. Yes. I mean, as bad as that was, it was just more about we have to get through here, through this maze. Even though it was a rubbish maze, and it was,
Yeah,
but it's not the point though. It was actually the Doctor playing to his intelligence to survive this, because the Daleks were literally right there.
yeah,
But it was the Doctor doesn't really fail, which is a problem, because it's a problem because the Master doesn't win. It's a problem because the Daleks don't win. The Daleks should own the galaxy. There should be a galaxy that you daren't go to because the Daleks have it, right? Has there ever been a story where the Doctor has just left and washed his hands on the story? Lots of death, destruction there. He just fucks off on the TARDIS. Um, there has been in the more classic ones, in the more classic era. It's been a case of we have no choice but to leave. We escape this. I mean, he does it with Scarro, right? He escapes Scarro. He didn't
yeah.
really. Um,
I was also thinking Warriors of the Deep. I mean,
yeah.
the ending.
He gets out of there. It's Unit that actually go apeshit, isn't it? Is it Warriors? Is that Warriors of the Deep? Where
Warriors
Unit
of the
by
Deep. No, at the end where he's saying, "Oh, there should have been another way."
Oh
Because
yeah,
basically,
yeah, yeah.
his answer was, well, it
I
wasn't
failed.
his solution. It was just
Yeah,
like kill them all.
yeah.
Didn't like it. It's not really a fail, but
It's a
it's
failure from him.
clear.
From him.
Yeah, because he wanted a peaceful solution, and clearly he was not going to get that. Um,
I mean, there should be, there should be more of that in Doctor Who, mind. There absolutely should be.
would the ending of Attack of the Cybermen be considered a bit of a failure with how him and Lytton?
I mean, I would consider Attack of the Cybermen a bit of a.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to get any argument from me there.
Given that they failed to attack.
Yeah.
The Silurians, although I thought it was the brig that blew them up. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah. But again, that would in the Doctor's eyes that would have been seen as a bit of a failure, I think.
Yeah.
Um, so, but again, yeah, you've got to kind of go back for it because these days the Doctor can't fail. The Doctor must succeed and beat the bad guys and
Yeah.
be this strong hero type that the steps. I mean, I really did enjoy things like A Good Man Goes to War, where the Doctors go on a kick-ass streak. I did like that, but the idea that the Doctor has this reputation that's going around the universe was like,
Yeah,
no,
no, I don't like that one
no,
bit.
no. The Doctor's the stranger that shows up. He's literally, in terms of a Western, to put into the terms of a Western movie, the Doctor is literally the stranger passing through town.
Mm.
That's literally what he. Yes, he might be Clint Eastwood, but it's bloody still a stranger.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. So he should always be the unknown quantity. No one's expecting him. No one knows who he is.
I've always said that the Doctor is always the guy just stuffing up the machinery.
Yes, which a lot of the time, yeah, he certainly is that.
That's what the Doctor does. Everybody else has the brilliant schemes. The Doctor's clever, but the Doctor doesn't have a brilliant scheme. The Doctor it just throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah,
And watches the fire.
That's it. The Doctor's main skill is sort of making it up as he goes along. Almost, he can do that quite well, but
Winging it. Yeah.
quite well. It doesn't always work out, and going back to the early ones, there should be more where it doesn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's a bit of an issue at this moment in time because that we can't have a Doctor where things really go awry from. I would like. I mean, there's plenty of things that they could do with Doctor Who now. Um, we will have to wait and see what happens with Flux. But then again, I mean, I've still got to go back. If I'm gonna ever watch the new series, I suppose I better watch last year's bloody. Because I still haven't seen.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it either.
I have not seen. I have not seen the New Year Day because I literally I lost my head with the Timeless Children, and it was a case of this is not a show for me anymore.
No.
But again, there's the proof that I'm a Doctor Who fan. I mean, it's not like
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no one could say that. Yeah, you're a hater. I mean, they only have to look at one. Look at your channel there. Every single video, these whole slew of Doctor Who videos. You're a fan.
Yeah.
That is not in doubt. So yeah, you're not hating it just for the sake of hating it. Yeah.
No. So yeah, I wish they'd had an alien companion for a change rather than an Earthling. I wish they'd stop getting an Earthling from the 21st century.
Yeah, let's have someone from a totally different time period. I don't care if it's from like way back in the past or way in the future, but not just someone who's from the last 50 years or so. Well, actually, not so much the last 10 years.
I thought Leela was interesting. It was a companion from the future who was basically from a dystopic future.
Yeah.
So I thought she had some interesting because you're able to comment on violence then. You're able to make the whole thing of why violence is bad if you've got a companion that's violent.
I was always in two minds about Leela. There were some moments where, she worked really well, and there were other times I just found it a little bit cringing. I think she was the weakest of the companions of the Tom Baker era.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. I mean, yeah, but come on. Endorf says, "Do you like Romana 1 and 2?" Yes.
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 Depends on the reasons we're but
no, but I mean, Lala Ward was a very strong. I mean, maybe it's because they were married. I don't know, but they had a very strong chemistry.
Oh yeah.
And again, City of Death is probably my favourite Tom Baker story.
City of Death is not only my favourite Tom Baker story; it's my favourite Doctor Who story.
Really,
I think it's magnificent. I remember when it was first shown, '79. The cliffhanger at the end of episode 1 absolutely terrified me as a kid. I mean, I was only what 7 years old, and I shat myself that scene when he takes the mask
The
off,
mask off, yeah.
and I couldn't watch Doctor Who again for I think it could have even been for a year. Yeah, it really did.
It's Julian Glover, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just thinking, do you know there are times whereby you know how because you get certain British actors in things, and it's just like I might get into his character mixed up with the character in the Last Crusade, and it's like it's the
Uh,
same
well,
person.
yeah, it's the same bloke. Yeah,
It is like it's the same person. Um, so yeah, hated Nissa. She was boring. Loved the Jaguar spaceship. Nissa was meant to be analog though. Analytical. I mean, she was meant to be a walking computer. That was her job. You know, you hated Nissa. I'd hate to think what you think of Adric.
yeah, yeah. Yes, probably best we censor yeah, the comments
Yeah.
on Adric.
I suppose we should actually talk about some of the companions as well, really, because we do talk about how they do Doctor Who these days, but I think we should also talk about Tegan. I love Tegan. Tegan Javanka, I absolutely love. The mouth on legs character is
Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah,
The idea of being dragged along with a doctor without choice and to just complain about it the entire time is brilliant.
yeah. She was quite unique.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I was quite a fan.
it's just the fact that she just didn't want to be there. It's just like I don't want to be here, and I'm gonna fucking say I don't want to be here. You
What
know,
do you think about her departure though?
and
Because
the fact that she went and came back.
well, when she actually left for good at the end of was it Resurrection of the Daleks? Was that the
Yeah,
time when she left for good?
I think so. Yeah, because she came back for Arc of Infinity, didn't she?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Um, yeah. I mean, look, her choice was. I think what it is that she took the opportunity to leave because she never wanted to be there. But when she needed the doctor, she found out that the doctor was there. She needed him. She wanted. It was a case of she wanted to.
mm.
Yeah. So I think that it was a better out than just her just being narky. Because I didn't want her to have the time with the doctor and leave being narky, which is how she left originally.
Yeah.
And I think that she should have appreciated more. I think she did. I think by the time she left, it was a case of
Yeah,
she was done.
I think by the time she left, it wasn't so much the doctor she was narky with; it was Turlo.
Yeah, and there was all the death and everything around her as well. So it was a case of everybody keeps dying and all this stuff. So it was a case of right, but she got what she needed out of it.
Yeah,
She had her sort of return to comfort then with the doctor, and then realized right then this is why I have to leave. So question: if you were the new Doctor Who producer, what would you do with the 60th anniversary story? Ooh, that's a video in and of itself.
yeah.
That's
Oh,
that's a video in itself. What would I do? The first thing I would do for the 60th anniversary is I would start in 1963.
would it be in Totter's Lane?
It quite probably could be. Yes, it probably could be. Actually, I think what I would do here's how I would handle the 60th anniversary. I would do why the Doctor left Gallifrey.
Oh, that's a big subject, that isn't it?
Yeah, that's why you would. That's why the 60th anniversary story is not one that you would be expecting, because I would do how the hell the Doctor ended up on Earth in the first place.
So it would focus more around, well, presumably David Bradley than,
And Susan.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea, actually.
I would do the whole thing, the whole debacle on Gallifrey, the whole reason why the Doctor left, why he stole the TARDIS in the first place, why he felt he had to leave with his granddaughter.
But would you answer everything? Because, of course, there's a
No,
lot of always, yeah, so leave some stuff there open, yeah, that we are not going to know.
no. I think the story might start. Right, I tell you what. I think what I might do. I might do the whole thing whereby the Doctor loses his family but saves her.
So Susan, yeah.
Yeah, and why then they would have to leave. I would set the story on how TARDISes were created, bring back Omega. Well, see, here's the thing. This is something that people haven't really thought about, and this is why I would do my particular story from the origin of why the Doctor ends up in Tortoise Limb, and it's because I don't think Time Lords have ever been done particularly well, and the fact that they only exist in one time frame. So I would actually do Gallifrey slightly differently, in that Time Lords exist in multiple times, but at the same time. It's a confusing concept,
Yeah, it's a tricky one to pull off as well, I think.
but it's the fact that that people from the past and the future can interact on Gallifrey, and that's never been done. It's never been seen, and it's never been done well anyway. Because normally it involves somebody disappearing from the future into the past, or coming from the past into the future, or traveling about in TARDISes. What's never been done is the idea that Gallifrey exists on a temporal rift on the Eye of Harmony with the rift, and we've seen the rift, we've seen the whole thing,
Yeah,
but that means that the whole point is that time, past, present, and future collides on Gallifrey, and I think that would be an interesting thing to visualize. That the fact that you could have these people from the past, from the present, from the future, and still have them as being contemporaries.
that's going to take a really top quality writer, I think, to. Oh, there you go. You've already done it, have you? Right,
Thought about
send the script in. You know, it's bound to be better than whatever they've got planned. You know.
it. Yeah, we'll see. So what about you, Lucas? What would you do?
Oh, blimey! For
I mean,
60th
you can do anything. Here's the idea, right? The 60th anniversary of Doctor Who, and you can do anything. The only thing you can't do is what they did for the 50th.
Oh, don't worry, I wouldn't do that. No. um, I couldn't even
I like the
begin
50th.
to. The best thing about the 50th one was the Five-ish Doctors reboot.
Oh man, yeah,
That
yeah.
was just
It was
magnificent.
Peter Davison was brilliant. Though. Peter Davison was magnificent right in that.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but
I've always thought that they should have done a movie, and I would have done a movie based on them trying to get a Comic Con. That would have been the entire premise.
yeah,
Just those three just trying to get a Comic Con.
yeah, that would be a good one. There you go. You got my idea for the 60th there. Yeah. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine what I would do for the 60th. The
I mean, you
trouble
could
is,
bring back any villains.
I am so sort of, I'm all about the classic era. Okay, I've watched all of the the David Tennant era, the Christopher Eccleston era. They had their moments, but I'm all about 63 to 89,
If
7.
I if right, so there are people I would bring back. There are definitely characters I would bring back. But so I think this is how I would make things pan out with the 60th. Given that Gallifrey could come back from again, given that the Gallifrey past, present, and future collide, the whole thing there, right? That somebody actually does something that totally ballses with certain elements of time. And when I say so totally ballses, it actually releases something that was trapped in time. And I would actually have the story center around the fact that they were they were experimenting then on Gallifrey. They were experimenting with time. So this ties into a few things. So the time experiments would have tied into the why people like Dastari and so on shouldn't be dicking around with time in the two Doctors. It also gives credence to people like why Omega had to end up in the black hole and why you forgotten about all this stuff. And you can, because it's past, present, and future tie-in, or into this one location, you could actually do all these stories and have them play out in this one arena. Yeah. So you could do all that, but I would also have it so that they actually end up accidentally because again, even though this is in the past, technically for the Doctor's timeline, it would still could still be the future.
Yeah.
They end up accidentally releasing Sutek the Destroyer from his imprisonment in time, and we could bring back Sutek and have him come back and just be like,
Uh,
you fucked up.
yeah. I'd have no arguments with that. Sutek was a great
But
villain.
no, but this would be different because Sutek would not be confined to his chair anymore.
So,
Sutek is released.
right.
Think
That's.
Cthulhu.
Would it have just the one Doctor in it?
Probably.
One Doctor against Sutek,
You you you
on the
you, you, could,
loose.
you could have cameos, but given that it would go back and forth, because again, think instead of thinking about past, present, and future, think it doesn't matter. It's all in one big ball of wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff. So it's
So,
entirely possible that you could have all the Doctors.
yeah, so, yeah. God, see, I'm having trouble getting my head around the concept as it is. God, dear.
It's easy. It's easy to do. It's easy to just play around. It's malleable. You can play with it.
Mm.
I tell you what, I'd hate when they made the Brigadier to say yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
totally, yeah. I think they could bring back surviving companions and explain why they've aged. Well, yeah, because they could just bring them back and just say, "Oh, look, you've just dropped in them from the future."
Mm.
A story about Susan Foreman. Yeah, of course. You'd bring back Sutek, the guy who did the same voice. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters who does the voice, really. I think as long as you get the character right,
Yeah.
as long as you've got this big badass character that's annihilating planets, I don't think it matters really.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, one incident that I can think of where they absolutely insisted on bringing back the same actor to play the same role was when we got the Cyber Fat Controller. Yeah, that wasn't a good
Yes.
idea.
I mean, I mean, if I was going to bring back Sutek, you can believe there would be death. Like
Yeah, plenty of it.
Death star level of death. I mean, it just like thousands, hundreds of thousands dead, millions, a whole galaxy eaten by Sutek. It would just be like this guy's pissed.
Yeah, it would be a plot that actually deserved that kind of sense of that huge scale of threat, rather than all the current ones where it's always yes, the universe is under threat, it's going to be destroyed, but the Doctor turns up with their sonic screwdriver and it's all over.
What would I actually do with Sutek actually? Right. So this is how I bring Sutek back. So you have the Gallifreyans obviously dicking around with time as it was, so and the Doctor obviously from the future, from this Doctor's perspective, is trapped Sutek in time, but obviously because Gallifrey exists, past, present, future, doesn't matter. So now this individual has come across this oddity then in this blip in time and is wondering why this is. And obviously, they've done this before, whereby in Trial of the Time Lord, whereby they've actually held people accountable for events they're going to do in the future. This is a thing, so it's entirely possible that if somebody's looking through the archives on Gallifrey and blows off this dusty old thing, and it's just like, I don't know what this is, and it looks into it, and you end up with the guy who voiced Sutek did the Beast voice in Sin Pit, yes. So you end up with this guy who sort of becomes infected slightly. Just with Sutek becomes an idea in this person's head, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And this person's sort of like, there's something in my eye, and you just see this sort of black dot in the eye, and it's just like just starts getting bigger and bigger until this person just got a black right eye, and then starts spreading over the face and.
Suitably grotesque.
Yeah, and you have this character become this sort of almost decaying sort of ego type character. Yeah, who then becomes sort of slave to Sutek, and then
I like the sound of this. Yeah,
no, just he becomes a slave to Sutek, and then By the time they I always have this one write-in trope. If I'm gonna write anything, it's always got this one thing that I have to do, and that is it's always too. By the time you get there, it's always too late. Okay, which means
Right.
that this guy is setting up plans to release Sutek from his imprisonment, and by the time they find out, it's already happened. You know, it's just too. The bomb has gone off. They've gone over the cliff. It's too late.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. Sutek is free, and that's how I'd bring him back, and it'd just be like boom, and then you just see this huge black cloud just billow out through the galaxy and the cosmos, and and just absolutely just start eating planets, and just see this huge figure just coming through, and just
I tell you, they need to get you writing for Doctor Who. Get rid of whoever's, Yeah, we don't need what's his name coming back. Yeah, get them to draft you in.
I would. That's what I do. They should go back to Peladon. Oh my word.
Oh. Yeah. If they want to do another Peladon story, I would just have them saying, "Look, this place is just too much hassle. We've had enough of you. Kick them out of the Federation."
Yeah, but we've already talked about this because in previous videos we've actually done the whole should they because I've actually done a fanfic whereby they actually do go back to Peladon and
Yeah, that's right. You were saying about that when we did the Monster Peladon video.
Yeah, where they'd actually killed the royal family. So
yeah, that will sort out a lot of the problems.
Yeah, well, it was a 3-part story. It was Return to Peladon, Republic of Peladon, and Rise of Peladon. So it was just a 3-part arc. So well, it's basically that the royal family gets executed. It becomes a republic. It does no better. But they end up the how it ends up evolving is actually because my philosophy on Peladon was the fact that both stories showed that it was an archaic planet that couldn't move forward past its own ideals.
Yeah, very much so.
So it was just like the third time strike. It's just 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, 3 strikes you're out. Yeah, I tell you, it sounds a bit like Peladon's Bolshevik Revolution there. Yeah.
Is Underworld better than the Twin Dilemma? The Twin Dilemma.
The Twin Dilemma is a dreadful.
I think 1997's Batman and Robin is better than.
Yeah.
Better looking at least you won't get tinfoil everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, Underworld is not one of the greatest of Tom Baker's stories, but it's better than a Twin Dilemma.
I mean, at least it's got Tom Baker in it.
Yeah, there you go. It has something going for it. There is one scene in the Twin Dilemma that I did think was well done, and that's the scene when basically the Doctor's regeneration is all going all fucky, and he's attacking Perry and that. But that's purely down to Colin Baker's performance. It's got nothing to do with how well.
I just think that maybe with Colin Baker in essentially, the costume was wrong.
Oh, the costume was just ludicrous. Did he actually have any say in that costume?
No, he was given it. No, he was given the costume. He hated it. I think I don't necessarily think the costume was wrong for Doctor Who, because I think as atrocious as the costume is, it's instantly recognisable.
Oh yes, yeah.
If somebody goes to a convention dressed like that, no, who are you?
Yeah.
Right, it's never going to happen. But at the same time, for what they were going for with Colin Baker, wrong tone. It was a juxtaposition of tones.
Yeah.
So it was a mess. Which one's worse, Time Lash or Black Orchid? Time Lash.
Time Lash by a Distance. I like Black Orchid. Yeah. That's a great 2-parter. That was another one.
When the Borat just slides in.
Someone's just like, right, there's a chair, push it in.
Sliding in back to the camera as well.
Time
Oh,
Lash has one good thing about it, and that's the makeup effects on the
Borat.
Borat.
Yeah.
That is it.
What about the
Uh,
time flight? Time lash.
yes. Bloody! I mean, you're digging up all the greats here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Time Lash or Time Flight.
It's time lash. Time lash is worse. Time flight. Even though time flight is dire,
Yeah.
it is trying to do. I do find that, mind you, saying this, do you find that we've noticed this with a lot of Doctor Who and George Lucas stuff,
Mm.
because we've pointed this out over the past couple of weeks how certain stories seem
Yeah. Yes.
to
Yeah.
end up
It's
in a George Lucas story, but
it's
something like
pure
Time Flight,
coincidence. What are you talking about?
yeah. But you also notice there's a lot of Stephen King stuff, and it seems to parallel Doctor Who a lot as well. I'm just thinking of things like Langoliers and so on. Um,
Not as familiar with Stephen King's later stuff, like his
no.
earlier stuff. Yeah, but
Time Flight or Fort of Doomsday.
oh bloody
Ooh.
hell!
Which is worse? Oh, Time Flight.
Worse than
Time
those
Flight.
two.
Yeah, the Time Flight is worse than Fort of Doomsday. Fort of Doomsday. Yeah.
I mean, Time Flight does have Anthony Ainley, of course, so he does kind of
It's at the point though whereby
rescue it.
he's not really he is still leaning on the master, but it's at a point whereby he's starting to camp it up a little bit. He's starting to do
Well,
the.
yeah, I mean, like when he's disguised as Khalid, I mean, he is. Yeah, it is a little bit ridiculous
Yeah,
there. Um,
but
Fort of Doomsday is quite a forgettable story, so much so that I can remember one cliffhanger, and that's all I can remember about it. I think there was one time, yeah, one cliffhanger where the Doctor's about to be decapitated for the millionth time. Is that the one where they're about to decapitate him and he says, "Oh, not again," or was that the visitation?
yes. I'm trying to see where the hell it is. What are you doing? Should be on the shelf here somewhere.
I
Oh,
think
there it is.
wasn't that Davidson's second story?
Yes. I'm gonna have a quick look for. So yeah, I'm just gonna quickly pop on. Shouldn't be doing this now while we're streaming, but I'm gonna quickly pop on to BritBox just to have a quick look because I want to see if it's. I just want to make sure that it is the episode that I'm thinking of. Doctor Who, yes. There we go. Very good, very good, very good.
Oh,
Season.
we've got another which is worse. The Leisure Hive or the Horns of Nymon.
Is it Naimon or Nimon?
I'm fairly sure it's Nyman, but only because what's his name? Graham. I can't remember his bloody name now. Anyway, I'm sure he constantly refers to him as Lord Nyman. So
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah,
well,
that's why I go with that.
I don't. I see. I don't mind either of those really. So which is worse?
I don't mind the Horns of Nyman. The Leisure Hive, it's okay. I'd say I prefer the Horns of Nyman to that one.
Yeah. I would say um, it's difficult, isn't it? I'm just looking through some of this. Yeah, Mordrin Undead.
I don't
God.
mind Mordred Undead. That's not too bad.
Yeah, but I don't like the makeup. I don't like the makeup that he's supposed to be like this alien with this exposed brain.
Well, it doesn't look anything like that, does it?
Looks like he's got
The
spaghetti
story's
on his head.
okay, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it looks like.
I mean, it's the first time that they introduced the idea that the Doctor can regenerate into something other than just a Time Lord. Because they suggest that the idea that the Doctor has regenerated into this alien. That's the entire plot.
Yeah, although I mean the only people who see it are those who are not hugely. I mean they've seen it. Obviously, like the Brigadier has seen Regeneration before, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, their knowledge of it.
Oh,
I've seen the next one.
oh,
Oh,
oh, you know that. What am I supposed to? Oh, right then. Okay, let's. Happiness Patrol or Time and the Rani. Oh, Jesus Christ! Right.
which is the better of that? I mean, that's like asking, what is the better of the venereal diseases you could catch? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for this one, and I don't think I like this just because I say it.
Right.
Right. Happiness Patrol. Fucking hell.
I have to say, of those two, it's close. I mean, you could put a cigarette paper between the two of them. I
I
would just go with Time and the Rani.
Well, here's the thing, right? I reckon that you could re-edit Happiness Patrol. Oh, you Bertie Bassett, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
right. I reckon you can do. There's an edit of Happiness Patrol, which is a much better story. But I don't think you can do anything with Time and the Rani.
No, to be honest, yeah, Time and the
I don't think you
Rani
can take
doesn't
anything.
have that.
I don't think you can play around. Whereas with the Happiness Patrol, I reckon because there's a lot of deleted footage from the Happiness Patrol.
Yeah,
I think it's about 15 minutes of deleted footage.
didn't it run into some sort of like production problems? I think didn't
Yeah.
Bassett's yeah, they didn't take very
Oh,
kindly to
yeah. No, they did.
the
They
old
did
Candyman.
offer a lawsuit. Yeah, yeah. But I think with Happiness Patrol, I don't know if you can do anything with the Candyman. I think the Candyman is just
You could cut him out of it. That would be a good
you.
start.
You could probably do something else with these days with modern technology. You could probably do something there. But I think that with the actual story to Happiness Patrol, the fact that people are being legislated and you get all these groups. Wasn't which one was Happiness Patrol? If I'm right in thinking this, it was there's somebody plays one of the bloody one of the members of the gang, one of the gangers, the reds,
The
the reds and the blues. Like,
Yeah, the is it the Kangs, the Tangs, whatever they're
yes,
called.
and somebody is playing one of the background, and it's somebody really famous as well.
It's been
I've got to go
years
back.
since I
Yeah,
last saw it. I can't remember.
yeah, but yeah, it is somebody famous. Yeah, Delta and the Bannerman, Greatest Show in the Galaxy. Again, similar sort of problems. Delta,
Yeah,
Greatest Show in the Galaxy. First of all, Greatest Show in the Galaxy has a good, interesting concept. I like it that they have these concepts of this family watching this show, and it's actually these aliens, and I like the higher concepts. And the Bannerman doesn't have that.
no, not at all.
I believe it has.
That on the Bannerman isn't that the one that has what's in with the tickling sticks?
Oh yes,
Ken Dodd, yeah,
Ken Dodd, yes, Doddy, and the campsite. The tourism, the tourist bus, isn't it? It's sort of the Heidi High of Doctor Who.
Uh,
It's an
I don't know.
interesting.
Heidi High, I think, has a lot more going for it than Delta and the Bannerman does.
Oh wow! I mean, yeah, there's a couple of like Paradise Towers and so on. Oh god!
Yeah,
Fair play to Sylvester McCoy. He went through some shit to get to where the Remembrance of the Daleks was.
yeah. I mean,
Frontiers or the Awakening?
The Awakening.
Oh, yeah, the Awakening.
I do like The Awakening. I like all of the two partners that Peter Davison did, and I thought it was a great
Frontiers
idea.
is really interesting though.
It had a really crappy ending though.
Oh yeah. And the dog thing.
Yeah, it was just stupid.
Was that Frontiers? It is Frontiers, isn't it?
The dog thing. I'm trying to remember that.
I'm gonna have a quick look. One sec.
It was the one, yeah, with that the giant woodlouse, and basically, yeah, they flew away from the planet, and therefore it died to the end.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Um, but I thought the idea in the Davison era, where instead of taking a four-parter and padding it out to make it a six-parter,
Mm.
they would just do two separate stories, a four-parter and a two. And I wish they had brought that in earlier, because there are plenty of six-part stories where you can clearly see they've padded it out to get an extra couple of episodes. Yeah, I mean, the Armageddon Factor is a horrendous example. I think the worst one is the Invasion of Time. I mean, the story's over in episode 4, but oh no, let's bung in the Sontarans for two more episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, regardless. I mean, this one, yeah. No, the one with the dog thing. I'm thinking of Terminus.
Oh, that thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
yeah. Terminus was not a good one.
Yeah. Frontiers though. Yeah. Oh God, the King's Demons, where they introduced bloody.
Yes, the introduction of Chameleon. Mind you, at least they had the right idea at the end of it. They basically just sort of like chucked him in the TARDIS and forgot he existed.
Yeah,
until Planet of Fire.
Mask of Mandragora, the Face of Evil. Mask of Mandragora, Face of Evil.
I do like Mask of Mandragora.
I do, but it's badly scored. It's really badly scored. The musical score for Mask of Mandragora is shite.
Yeah.
Anytime there's supposed to be this action scene, like anytime there's supposed to be an action scene in Mask of Mandragora, they just jingling on a bloody ding 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 ding.
Yeah, is it like a harpsichord or something?
It's terrible. It's just horribly hot. Like this is why I say like before, whereby when they do these special editions, they need to be doing more than just the visual effects.
Than just changing effects, yeah.
Yeah, they need to be, if you're going to do it, get Murray Gold in and rescore the damn thing.
Yeah.
Because the music is such an important part of the story that you can tell two different stories just by changing the music. It's
easy, yeah.
It's the same with vocal inflection. You could say, I had a wonderful time, or I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's both the same sentence, but it's totally different meanings. So Mask of Mandragora, Face of Evil is such an interesting idea.
It's a good idea, but I don't think it was executed all that well.
The idea that the Doctor shows up after something he did went wrong. It's a story that we never got to see. But it's an adventure that he had, and it's like, things weren't actually bad. I mean, I think this will give a lot of credit to the idea of the story with Christopher Eccleston, where he returns to the space station and things have gone 100 years later, and it's like, oh, shit, I created this future. And I think Face of Evil certainly has that, whereas I don't know about the ending playing out as well, though. Because the ending, if I remember rightly, the ending was a bit sort of Hal.
Yeah, I always found myself sort of. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, apart from singing that, I always thought, Hal played or had a lot of influence in that story.
The android invasion of the mutants. Well, the mutants is when we watched the mutants recently. That was I remember the mutants from what we saw of it. I mean, we watched it back to back recently, and it has a lot of interesting ideas in there. I'm not sure that it was executed particularly well.
Yeah, I wasn't here when you did that one.
The idea of having the Marshal there, who is basically the ignorant person because he doesn't want to lose control of the planet. I feel like he was the only one who should have been that type of character. The fact that they had other people in there, and the fact that he was willing to murder people, was a good idea.
Oh yeah.
You want a villain there that can actually just go, I don't care.
Yeah.
You're nothing to me. Go on. You're nothing.
Of all the Pertwee stories, the Mutants is probably the one I know least well. But I do remember, in the same way that they did it with Colony in Space, it was a story that wasn't really, or it seemed to me anyway, it was a story that wasn't really going anywhere, so let's bring in the Master to rescue it. I always thought the Mutants could have done with that.
I mean, it had the idea was there to have this planet be colonized and so on and all this stuff. The trouble anytime they fall into this ground, this is where they always fall down. A planet is bloody big.
Yeah,
If it lands on your foot, it's gonna hurt. Okay, it's huge. You can't take a small colony of a couple of thousand, even tens of thousands of people, and say, oh well, we need to
yeah,
populate the entire planet because
yeah,
we haven't managed that with 8 billion people yet.
yeah. That's right.
So it's a real struggle
It's
for them to do
something.
these sorts of stories. I
Yeah,
know I know they had all
it's
the atmosphere and so on.
yeah, it's something that, as much as I hate to say it, science fiction is rather guilty of doing quite a lot. The other thing that it does in a similar sort of vein is, on this planet, you got people. Some are good, some are bad, and some are indifferent, and all this. But whenever you come across an alien race, they all think exactly the same way.
Yeah.
You very rarely get,
I,
you
th- I
know,
think it's a I think it's a problem due to the fact that people don't want to acknowledge cross culturalism.
yeah, could
Because
well be that.
anytime you're writing a story for a particular, I mean, it's probably more prevalent from older shows than it is today. But anytime you're writing a show for any sort of culture, you tend to have your culture as the hero
Yeah.
and other cultures are villains. I mean, it's natural, right? But you want, I mean, Americans, Jesus Christ. Imagine a movie where the Americans lost.
That's never going to happen.
I mean, it's just unbelievable. But I mean, you get it now, believe it or not, with a lot of because I don't know if you're aware of this, but China released this kind of they call it a propaganda film, right?
Right.
Because it's a film that was made by the CCP, right?
Yeah.
Now, they turned around, they've pointed this out, right? A lot of Hollywood have pointed this out, right? They call it a propaganda movie because it's showing China. It's a movie about this Chinese troop during the North Korea South Korea war, right? And it's about how China is successful in what it's trying to do and how these are, and it's this big China. And then they turn around and go, well, it's just a Chinese propaganda movie.
Well, in
Have,
that
have you
case.
have you seen an American film?
Yeah, yeah. So every film Hollywood made is a USA propaganda film. There
Yeah,
you go.
and guess what? A lot of those films are funded by federal money.
Yeah.
Uh, Come on. I mean, I'm for playing the game, but don't be hypocritical.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the double standard is staggering, isn't it?
Yeah. Carnival of Monsters or the Time Monster? Ooh, Carnival of Monsters
Time
is
Monster by
yeah,
a distance.
yeah. Carnival of Monsters is not a favorite of mine.
No, I think Carnival of Monsters is my least favourite Pertwee story.
And yeah, the Time Monster is much better. Yeah, the Time Monster is by far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good story of Time Monster. When you were watching it a few weeks back now, wasn't it?
yeah.
That was the first time I'd seen it for a little while, and I remember when I last saw it, I was thinking, yeah, this isn't bad, and then watched it recently. I was like, yeah, this is even better than I thought.
It's got such a good supporting cast
Yeah,
that are
that does help.
irrelevant to the story, pretty much.
Well, yeah, yeah, certainly. Well, I mean, that was happening a lot in the Pertwee era. You
Yeah.
got a lot of characters that were really unnecessary.
Yeah, but they were definable as well. They were sort of like you knew who was what role. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but I mean, we're going to talk about this more next week, obviously, because Chris is going to be back next week as well, and we're going to talk a lot more about the third Doctor's incarnation, and the series that we just watched as well, with a lot of talking in more in depth about each episode and that. So we're going to delve a lot more into that. But I mean, if I had to mark Pertwee's run in Doctor Who, if I had to give his Doctor what's the word, a slogan or something, it would be like dynamic.
Yeah, action. Yeah,
Yeah, he was Adam West's Batman for Doctor Who.
yeah. Because I always felt that I mean, like the Pertwee era really was like a massive change compared to the two previous ones. Because
Hmm.
as much as I like the Troughton era, and I'm a big fan of
Yeah,
Troughton. Um,
the best Doctor, the best, the best, and
I've got his,
that's from a retrospective view.
I've got him third best, mate. But there were quite a few, especially in Troughton's first series,
Yes.
where you're watching it and you think they could have had William Hartnell doing this.
Well, they were first written for William Hartnell,
Oh, there you go. Um,
so because they weren't expecting him to sort of be replaced.
yeah.
They'd already had episodes written for, so it was a case of they didn't really get into Patrick Troughton sort of until about 4 or 5 episodes in. So it was,
No,
yeah,
that would explain that. No, because you didn't get that with Pertwee. Right from the
no,
get-go, it was very different.
yeah. So what do you want? Spearmint from space. Um,
Well, at least we
Spearhead from
got
space from the Sea Devils and the Sea Devils.
we got a choice of two great ones.
Yeah, Sea
I
Devils.
would, yeah, Sea Devils. Yeah, I'd say it's the better of the two, but Spearhead from Space is still a great story.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just the fact that the production values on the Sea Devils is massive.
Would you say the Sea Devils was Pertwee's best?
No, I've got a lot of love for Inferno.
It's a
As
great story, isn't it, Inferno?
yeah, as
Um,
is it? I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I've got to go with Day of the Daleks, man. Day of the Daleks. I know I'm thinking of it from the special edition version, but Day of the Daleks special edition is how you should remaster these. Is how you should special edition these.
yeah,
It's
I
incredible.
I have never seen the special edition of Day of the Daleks, so of course I've only seen how it was originally done, and I
Oh my
thought that was
god.
terrible.
Oh, it's such a difference because they only did what was in the script, right?
Right.
And so with Day of the Daleks, like for example, right, they've done virtually nothing to the layout of the story. It's pretty much the layout of the story is exactly the same.
I've got no problem with that. The story was fine. It was the
They've
execution of
right.
the
So
original.
what they've changed is that they've actually so this is incredible, right? When you think about it, they found somebody with a 16 millimeter camera and went to back to the actual locations and reshot episode parts, right? With the
Right.
16 millimeter camera.
So it's exactly the same film quality as the
Oh,
original. Yeah.
it turned out it was better film quality than because the film stock was of a higher quality than what they shot with, but
Okay.
it was close, right? They had to actually degrade the footage to match. They went to the Dalek fan club, the Doctor Who fan club, whereby introduced more Daleks into the story because they wanted an army of Daleks and Ogrons.
Mm.
They had more Ogrons as well, so it was a proper invasion type deal. They revoiced the Daleks with Nicholas Briggs doing all the voice of the Daleks.
Oh, that was badly needed.
Yeah, they redid all the visuals so that when they would do a CSO and they would move the camera and you'd have this
Uh,
still image.
yeah.
No, they camera matched everything. They camera matched the whole kit and caboodle. They added when it was people were firing guns. They had strafing bullet holes going through the ground and into the water as well. And they had Dalek lasers zapping everywhere. It was just like there's a point whereby as well. I didn't realize it until I seen it in its original form. But there's a scene whereby the Doctor's in the house and Daleks are shooting into the house. And in the original, it's just John Pertwee dodging, breaking glass. Whereas in the Day of the Dark Special Edition version, there's blasts going. There's just shit flying.
Yeah,
past
yes.
him.
All
Like,
right. So you're actually seeing the blast that he's avoiding.
oh, yeah. And it's just like, whoa, that's good. That's really good. You should definitely, if you haven't seen it, you should definitely watch it. I can't stress how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah. I remember you said that a couple of times before, and Chris was also saying several times, yeah, you've got to see the remaster. It's definitely one I've got to
It's the special edition. It's
pick up.
so because they redo all the time vortex effects in there. They redo even when they go to the future and into the Dalek city and so on. It's all redone. Um, like it's really it changes the story. Even the bit where the place explodes at the end. It's just like it's all been totally redone. But the fact they made the effort to only do what was in the script is what made it so good. They didn't George Lucas it. They didn't go, oh, we're
Yeah.
going to throw in other things that weren't needed. They only went by what the script was saying, and because they couldn't do it back then, when they have the invasion of the Daleks, invasion of
Yeah.
Manor, and you got two Daleks stumbling
Yes.
into a field with an old
That's it.
one,
Yeah.
and they're over
Yes.
there in the distance.
That was the problem when I saw the original. It's the Daleks versus unit. It should be this huge great war, and no, we've got two Daleks and
Yeah.
one Ogron, and that's the invasion force.
End says, so this is my first live. Do you do this every week then? Yes, we do. Pretty much. Pretty much
Although,
every week at 8 o'clock.
yeah, mind you, I'm relatively new to this, but yeah, I have been dragging it down to my level somewhat.
Honestly, given that we are on every week doing Doctor, because we're going to be going back and doing the Hartnell run very, very soon. We're going to be doing next week. We're going to be doing a little bit of Pertwee, talking about the Pertwee era, because that's what we've just finished watching now. But then we're going to be going back and doing So what we do is we do a weekly watch along for we get it. Is there a particular theme? Yeah, so we do a weekly watch along whereby we watch the episode and then we talk about the episode afterwards. So even if you can't watch the episode with us, you can skip to where we've finished watching the episodes and we talk about the story. So there's that. We watch the entire thing, whether it's a 2-parter, a 4-parter, a 6-parter. It doesn't matter. The only one we are going to struggle. We may have to divide. There's potentially 2 that we might have to divide, and that is Invasion, which is a 8-parter,
8-parter, yeah.
and War Games.
Oh, 10-parter,
10
yeah.
parter.
in one sitting, yeah, that's going to take some
No,
doing.
we not. I think that's going to be 2.
Yes.
Two fives, I think, and 2 5s and 2 4s. Those would probably be it. But yeah, we're going to go back to William Hartnell. We're going to be starting. We've already done An Unearthly Child, which I don't mind going back and watching An Unearthly Child again.
I would have no problem with that, but yeah, that's.
So here's my issues with An Unearthly Child. Is that as much as I like the first one, and I think the first story is really, really good. I think it still holds up today. Because it's set in the 60s and because it is in around that. That's why I would do the 60th at sort of the 10 minutes before. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the whole thing with An Unearthly Child, which I think is brilliant, is unfortunately that I do like the performances from the unaired pilot. So it's strange because even though there's things in the pilot that I don't like, such as the camera work is bizarre to me, which I can understand why they reshot it. Whereas the aired version, even though the camera work and everything's sharper, the acting isn't as good, which is bonkers.
Yeah.
Because Susan in the unaired pilot is actually behaving really bizarre. She's in strange. But
she is a bit on the unusual side in episode 1, isn't she?
It's different. She's toned it down, and it's just like I preferred that version.
Do you think it's toned down because it's reshooting something that she'd already done before?
Yes. I think that's what it is. I think she was so bizarre in the first one that when she had to do it again, she was bored by it.
Yeah.
because she'd rehearsed it all week and then she had to do it all week again and then redo it. Also, do you listen to the Doctor Who podcasts? Any recommendations? I don't know about podcasts.
I don't
The
really do
doc
podcasts.
No, the Doctor Who. I used to get the Doctor Who magazine.
Yeah, I used to. In the 90s, yeah, I was getting it every. Was it monthly or was it every
It was
couple of
the
weeks?
only thing during the downtime from '96 to 2005. It was the only thing Doctor
Yeah.
Who. I mean, aside from Scream of the Shalka, which is still amazing. Um, what a I love Scream of the Shalka far more than most people. I would say.
I'm not that familiar with it, to be honest.
Oh, it's interesting because it offers. There's certain things I don't like about it, like the fact that it's set on Earth again. But given that, I give Scream of the Shark a break on that because it is technically in between series. It's in between '96 and 2005.
Right.
So nobody's had Doctor Who for a very, very, very long time. 7 years maybe. Um,
That's long enough.
yeah, and it was kind of like, okay, it's okay to set it on Earth, but it's the Doctor showing up again. Whereas there's this really brilliant, genius part in it where the Doctor is falling into a black hole, and he's just by himself, and it's just like, so how do you get out of this one?
Yeah.
And his way out is absolutely genius, and it's something I've never seen in Doctor Who before. Or you'd have to probably go back to say Mind Robber or something like that to get around it. But basically, he uses the TARDIS key to basically summon the doors of the TARDIS, but only the doors.
Okay, isn't the Mind Robber that really surreal one?
Oh, it's got elements of that. It's not the same, but I love the Mind Robber. I can't help it. I love the Mind Robber.
I remember I had that on VHS. Well, I had it all on VHS. It took me something like 3 or 4 attempts to watch it all the way through because it was just doing my fucking head in.
And the best Doctor Who podcast I do every Friday is the Big Blue Box Doctor Who podcast. They're really good. I mean, I've seen people like what's his name, JXE or something like that, where he's talked about Doctor Who a lot, and there are a couple of people on YouTube that do it. I mean, I've seen like Seska Says and people like that as well.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of. I can't remember the name of. It was a link that Chris sent me. The guy who came up with yes for Jodie Whittaker's it was Dr. Karen.
Yeah.
From the moment I heard that, right? Okay, yeah, she's going to be Dr. Karen from now on.
One last time, lol. Kinder or Warriors Gate. Right. So here's the thing. Kinder has a really interesting character in it. Kinder has a really interesting character in it, and it's the guy that absolutely snaps.
The guy from the Bill. I can't remember his name
Yeah,
now.
he is amazing. This guy he's left in charge of this place, and he totally crumbles because his brain just can't handle the
Yeah,
concept.
he just descends totally into
And
madness. Yeah.
he is fantastic. He is
It's
absolutely fantastic.
it's a fantastic performance, but I really don't like it when you get basically people going insane. It's uncomfortable
well.
viewing, and that's the thing. Yeah, because he does it so well, it's difficult watching it. But you can't turn it off. You've got to see it all the way through.
So
I'm not a big fan of Kinder, but I really do not like Warriors Gate.
Yeah, so Kinder. It would have to be Kinder for me.
Yeah, I would choose Kinder of those two.
Bit
Warriors Gate is
Kinder surprise.
yeah. Okay, how about Kinder or Snake Dance?
Oh, Kinder.
Yeah.
I didn't think long on that one.
You don't have to think long and hard over that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Snake Dance was it was a Mara story too far, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
my problem with Warriors Gate is it's so surreal and so difficult to follow. I think it almost shows contempt for the people watching it. I I would say that is Tom Baker's, well, my least favourite story from the Tom Baker era. I
yeah.
really do not like it.
But I mean, I do find that sometimes when I get a quaint episode, I'll rename it. Like for example, I like Arc of Infinity, but sometimes I call it Arts of Infinity.
Well, yeah, got no problem with that. Hey, it's a good story actually. I do like Arc
Yeah,
Infinity.
yeah, it's not bad. I don't like the Omega head in that though. I don't like the helmet. It's shite.
It looks okay when they've done the negative thing when it's like his holographic image or whatever.
When it's not on screen, it looks good.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's high
Um,
praise.
yeah, I think so. When we go back, so look, yeah, so we're gonna be starting with. Oh, what are we? Because I here's the thing, I can't remember. Did we do the Daleks or did we do the Peter Cushing? I know we did the Peter Cushing movies.
I seem to recall Chris was saying that you did do the Daleks. So the
Remember?
first story you would be doing is, I think, is it the one on? I'm gonna have to check myself now.
It'd be Edge of Destruction.
I think it is Edge of Destruction. Yeah, is that the one that's also known as Inside the Spaceship?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah, it's a two-parter,
yeah.
and then
It's
it's on
not.
to Keys of Marinus, so it's fucking good.
Yeah, you got a good one there. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Edge of Destruction, but the ending, it's, you know, Susan Foreman is supposed to be this, you know, super intelligent, you know, mathematical and astrophysics genius, and then William Hartnell's telling her how a spring works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I know that, but it's explaining for the it's for the
Yeah,
audience.
exactly. Yeah, it's for the audience. Yeah.
Yeah. Rebus Operation or Mordred Undead. Oh,
I mean, I
not really
do like
Rebus
the Key to
Operation.
Time. I do like the Key to
Yeah,
Time series, but the
Rebus
Reboss
Operation.
Operation is a bit
I
of a
still
weak opener.
it
It's
is, but I mean yes, it gets Keys of Time having its ups and downs. I still put wouldn't you put Rebus over Mordred Undead?
uh,
Because Mordred Undead is basically again it's spaghetti headed guy pretending to be the Doctor to try to get you know
but it does have the Brigadier.
yeah, but
It's close between the two. I can't really. So I don't mind Mordred Undead, despite its
it's
it
lackluster.
does have quite a few flaws in it. I don't mind it. Um,
It is a bit
yeah,
to me. It's a bit lackluster.
I can't choose between the two. I put them both level. Oh, in Reboss Operation is by no means the worst story of the Key to Time series. I mean that.
Yeah, but I think Rebus sets it up well. I think even though it's not particularly great, it's got a lot of good things going for it.
Hmm.
It starts introducing a bit more surreal notions of sci-fi instead of just plain old you standard because you know essentially what happens with Rebus Operation is we get introduced to a character in the Guardians in a much the same way that you sort of get encounter a Farpoint where they get the introduction to Q.
Yeah.
And I think it starts all broadening the whole um, the whole science
I've
fiction.
always thought that Q was based very much on the White Guardian from this story.
Is Rebus better than Power of Kroll? No.
No, I do like Power Kroll.
Mm,
It's better than its reputation would have people think.
yeah.
I think the
Um,
weakest story from the season 16 is the Armageddon Factor because it's just way too padded.
yeah.
I
But
don't, how many times have we got to hear that bloke say fire? You know, oh, come on.
well, look, we start with. I think we start with the Edge of Destruction.
Yep.
Then the Keys of Marinus.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah. That is a good. We've got. Have we got the Az? We can't have the Aztecs, surely. Have they got the
Um,
Aztecs?
I don't remember
I'm
seeing
looking.
that you've
I'm
done
wondering
that
if it's
one.
a reconstruction. We
Oh,
got
the
Sensorites.
Aztecs. No, the Aztecs isn't reconstruction. I remember having the VHS and that. Yeah, that was complete.
Is it? Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
controversial opinion time. I'm not big on the Aztecs.
Um. From what I remember of it, I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to go back and we will be watching this again. But
Yeah,
yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that because I don't really I can't really offer an opinion on that really because the only thing I remember of the Aztecs, um if I've got this right, wasn't the bloke who played one of the Aztecs, wasn't he one of the boss from the detectives with Jasper Carrot?
Oh, yeah, I know the guy you mean. Oh, I can't remember now. I mean, he's cropped up in Doctor Who a few times, I think. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't be at all
possibly.
surprised if he was in that.
Yeah. But then we get the Sensorites, which is I like the Sensorites. I think it's a good story.
Yep.
Very I used what's interesting, right? And I know people give the black and white era a bit of a ribbon because it's not in color, right?
Mm.
But even though it's not in color, they were able to shoot because it was black and white. They were able to shoot on a higher quality of film. So even though it's not in color, the film stock is actually pretty bloody good.
Yeah, that's something I remember even back when I was watching the old VHS tapes. I don't care if it's black and white or colour. I
Yeah,
watch plenty of black and white stuff.
yeah.
Got no problem with it. But
Get it,
yeah,
it
I
got things
always
like the Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan
yeah,
series and
that's
stuff like
it.
that. You know,
Yeah, yeah, the old Flash Gordon serials that
yeah,
BBC Two used to show during the summer holidays. Yeah, I remember all that.
almost, yeah,
And but yeah, I remember that yeah, the actual the clarity on the picture throughout the entire Hartnell era was fantastic.
yeah.
And you compare that to some of the reconstructed, well, I say reconstructed, but the Pertwee was where they were working from like NTSC copies, and the
It's
quality's terrible.
amazing. It's amazing when you think of how the quality of the show has changed in terms of. So sometimes you get production which is up here, but the filming footage is down here,
Yeah,
and then the stories are then either up here, and then the footage and the quality is down here. So when you look at the Doctor Who's run, it's not really very often where they're all batting a 10.
mm,
And it's but like if you look at the Hartnell, because I'm looking at an image now here for the Sensorites, and like the set looks good. The set looks like a Bond set, to be honest with you. It's pretty big and dynamic, and it's very interesting because it's all circular. It's not a flat wall, but it's crisp. The actual footage, and again, it's because the reason why they didn't shoot in color was because it was more expensive to buy color film than it was
oh
black and
yeah,
white
yeah,
film.
it's purely budget. Yeah,
Yeah, and so that's why they didn't shoot in color. But when they shot black and white, they were shooting 16 millimeter. They weren't shooting 8 millimeter, and they were shooting full 16. So technically, they were recording in 4K. Basically, that's
mm,
where we're at. Is that they were shooting in 4K, but it's 4K black and white.
mm.
Um, I've seen this is genuine, right? I don't know if you've ever seen this, but have you seen any videos online about the upscaling footage? Right, I'm off, but one day I shall come back. Well, I shall come back one day when the moment is being prepared for. Thanks, guys, for putting up with me the end questions and episode comparisons. No problem, mate. You're
Yeah,
welcome anytime.
yeah.
Absolutely welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I've no problem with the old episode comparisons. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's this AI software that they're using now to upscale things to 4K, right? And this guy put up this video and was just like, "Look at this footage; it's amazing. This is footage from 1933, and look at it's been upscaled to 4K." I was just like, "He shot that on 35
Yes,
millimeter."
yeah.
If anything, it's been downscaled.
Yeah.
Not that you can really upscale footage because when it's been recorded onto film, it has no pixels.
No, that yeah.
So I mean, it's a crazy argument, but even so, if you were to take information and convert it digitally, a 35 millimeter piece of film is still higher resolution than 4K. It's more like 8K, 6 to 8K. I mean, they done it when they done uh, they done the reprints for the Star Trek, the original series, where they transferred the prints to HD.
I've seen some clips of it. Can't
Yeah,
deny it looks great.
yeah. So basically, when they done the whole transfer, it was like, right then, we're gonna now put this into HD. And I remember talking to Doug Drexler on it, and Doug Drexler just went, "It always was in HD. They shot it on 35 millimeter film. It could have gone into the fucking cinema. You know, it's like literally they shot it on the same shit that they shot bloody Bridge on the River Kwai. It was the same stock, So yeah, you get nonsense. The things people don't know.
I think yeah they confuse with Star Trek. I think they see the updated effects when you have like the exterior shots of the Enterprise and that, and they just think oh that's upscaling it.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
no, it's not, and it's. I mean,
How do you feel about that? Where they've changed all the like the shots of the Enterprise?
I wish they had done it right because my view of it is that if something is done, I get why they did the CGI, right? I do, I fully understand it, right? They didn't have a budget to do all 78 episodes and go back and because it's an expensive film process. But given how many shots they were looking at doing, they could have got a high grade miniature from Greg Jean because he done one for Trials and Tribulations,
Yeah.
and they could have put it on a motion control rig. And what they actually needed, because here's the truth that people don't want to know: during the entire 78 episodes that they did of Star Trek, there was only ever 28 shots of the Enterprise.
I didn't know it was as few as that.
28. That's all there was and they just mixed the backgrounds, the planets. They would
Yeah.
they would have sometimes the Enterprise would be flying towards camera, and then they would use that same shot then to have phasers coming out the front. But it was only 28 shots. That's all they ever had. So really, realistically speaking, all they had to reshoot was 28 shots.
Yeah.
So to me, if they were going to do it, I would have done it that way. That's how I would have wanted to have done it.
So they made a lot more work for themselves, really, doing it their way.
I mean, yes, but the other part of it was the fact that there were certain times whereby they were recreating the shots shot for shot, and other times it was just like, well, but why are you? Because they were limited. Like, I understand why you did it, because you were trying to be faithful to the original show.
Yeah.
But the original show only did it that way because they were limited to doing it that way.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you're not limited to shooting it like that, why are you?
Yeah.
Like it was a. I mean, sometimes they did it really, really well. Like Loud as a Whisper. Loud as a Whisper is brilliantly done. But other times, then it was just like, I'm not sure you've gone far enough with this. Ultimate Computer is a good one. Ultimate Computer is a really good one for that, for where they've actually put in the effects correctly. But I mean, if I was going to do it, like where it fell flat in its ass was things like the Menagerie. So when it gets to the Menagerie and
The Menagerie is one of my favourite Star Trek episodes.
Yeah.
But I've not seen a version with the updated effects on it?
Um, well, I mean, like, think of another. So yeah, what other ones could they have done better? Well, right.
Um,
A Taste of Armageddon, because they could
right.
have shown it,
Yeah.
and they didn't, and you never got to see anything. So, maybe they could have updated the effects for things like Landru as well. That would have been an interesting one, because
I
they didn't do that.
I wasn't all that blown away by the job they did on the Doomsday Machine.
Again, so this changes throughout the series, right? So the further into the series you get, by the time they remaster in season two, they've actually nailed it,
Right.
right? But I think here's the most interesting. There's a fan video out there before they even did the remastering. But there was a fan video out there where somebody had remastered the Doomsday Machine by themselves on YouTube, and he was like, "Oh, this is actually better than what they did for." Because
I can well believe it. Yeah.
so because where they rotoscope chat now when he walks in front of the view screen, and you got like bits of debris. Well, what this guy did was he made it look like this planet had blown apart, but it was all lava.
Right.
So instead of just being rocks, it was actually like heat. It was
Yeah.
heat ridden up. So when these things were moving out, it would look like sort of like blobs of lava flowing through space.
Which would make a lot more sense. Yes.
And it just looked good. And he didn't try to replicate the destruction to the constellation. He sort of just done his own sort of, this is the ship that's battered, which as well. I think that worked better. It's the only time you can ever look at an Ertl model kit and go, "Oh, that's accurate." Um, it's the only time. It is literally the only time. Um, So yeah, I think with how they remastered it though, I would have preferred them to actually use physical models, because it's not that what they were replicating wasn't that difficult.
Yeah.
Um,
I do always prefer practical effects to CGI.
yeah. Well, I mean I know how difficult it is to build a motion control rig because
Uh,
I've done it
yeah. So
twice.
if anyone's gonna know, yeah, it's you.
So I know where the challenges are, but at the same time it's once you've got the rig, you've got the rig, and you can shoot for fucking days.
Yeah.
We shoot on digital now, which is a big difference to how they shot back in the 90s because they were shooting on film. We're not shooting on film anymore. We're shooting digital. You can literally shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot. Like don't get me wrong, right? I done a model uh, video a couple of months back where I showed how to build the model from scratch, and then I decided, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to shoot it. And then 2 shots that took 8 hours, right? But it took 8 hours because I had to set up all the studio, I had to set up all the blacks, I had to black out the whole thing. I had to once that was done, that was the major part of it. When it actually came down to shooting, I think I got both shots in about 2 hours
Yeah.
because it literally I literally set up like here's the matte pass, here's the booty pass, here's the light in pass, here's the lights pass, here's the specular pass, boom boom boom, put it all together. Here's the star pass. There we go, bang, there we go. There's the planet in the background as well, all done. And it literally when it cross compiled it and edited it all together, it was done like that. It was literally that quick. And it doesn't take long. The hardest thing, to be honest, when you're doing stuff like that, is whereby you've got to alter the focus on a camera due to the exposure difference. Because if you're exposing for a booty pass, you want to make sure that all the models in crisp, clear focus as it's coming to the camera.
Yeah.
When you expose for lights, because you're in total blackness, you have to alter that exposure to expose for the lights. So depending on whether or not you want the lights to be super bright inside the model, or whether you want it to be dim, means what your f-stop, the gap in your f-stop is. So that makes it either the lights are going to be sharp but dim, or they're going to be bright but fuzzy, right? and that's the only bit whereby you get your cross. That's why you always see it in the next generation, where sometimes, if you look at the windows on the Enterprise D, in fact, I would say if you watch season 4 of Star Trek: The Next Generation, you'll notice a big difference in how the Enterprise is shot. Because in season 4, you'll notice that the Enterprise is in much darker light.
So season 4, is that the one that starts with the second half of
Yes, best of
Best of
both
Both
Battle.
Worlds?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So season 4, from there on in, where they start using the 4-footer, um, the Enterprise is lit completely differently. If you look at seasons 1, 2, and 3, where they're using the 6-foot model, it's always flat lit, big, bright, flat lit model.
Mm.
It looks lovely, but it's not. There's no shadows on any of the model because they've lit it neutrally so they can drop any background behind it.
Oh, okay.
Right. Whereas with the 4-footer, they were shooting specifically for certain shots, and it's dark, it's black.
Yeah.
There's shadows everywhere. It's
Makes a
very,
world
very
of difference. Yeah.
oh much different. And again, that's why I would do it with Star Trek, because they didn't do it. They didn't even do it with the CG version, where the Enterprise is actually lit dynamically. It's in fact, I don't even think they did it with In a Mirror Darkly either. I think they tried to light the Constitution class in that in accordance with what it was like in the TOS, to make it look more TOS, to make it fit the.
Yeah, I always wondered if that was their idea. Was they, they're reshooting it, but they wanted it to look as close to how it did in the original, which always made me think, well, then just use what they originally had then.
Yeah, I mean, it's an issue I have with how they do modern stuff, as well, because I mean, like, again, if you're gonna do Star Trek, do fucking Star Trek. Don't dick around with trying to make something and calling it Star Trek, and just trying to dress up. It's shit rolling glitter.
Mm.
And if this is why when to go back to what Endav was saying, with what I would do with the 60th. I mean, I love the original TARDIS console room.
Yeah,
I love it. I think it's I think they've bested it. I think with the Capaldi TARDIS room, but that's a difference in budget. That's not really a difference in design concept. That's literally just because they could afford to make a 3-story set.
yeah, that's right.
You know, but is it because I've always had a problem. I mean, not to not to drop Siegel in it, but I don't like Siegel's TARDIS console room from the movie.
No.
And it's just my entire problem with it is simply due to the fact that it's too human.
Okay.
It's like it looks like a lounge, and or a gentleman's club, or it's very Phileas Fogg, or Around the World in 80 Days, kind of, or even a 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah, I see. I certainly see what you mean.
And they shouldn't be. It's Gallifreyan. It shouldn't have a library, and it shouldn't have clocks everywhere that are all human clocks. And
Yeah, his gramophone over in the corner there.
yeah, and a
Yeah.
TARDIS console that looks like it was built by bloody. Again, shouldn't look. It shouldn't look like it came from a H.G. Wells novel. It's Gallifreyan. It should look alien.
Yeah, and the weird thing, I always thought it was that was their plan, was to make it look like something from, like, H.G. Wells or Jules Verne or something like that.
Yeah,
And yeah, that's not Doctor Who. They didn't write Doctor Who. They had nothing to do with Doctor Who.
yeah. I get where he was coming from, because like he was kind of in love with the secondary control console room from Tom Baker.
Which I must admit, I did quite like it.
Yeah,
But I
it
am
was
glad they only used it for one season.
But again, it looked
Series.
like it looked like a smoking lounge, didn't it? It looked like a
Yeah,
lounge.
Yeah, it was that very sort of like Edwardian sort of look
Yeah,
to it, wasn't it? Yeah.
yeah, and so and I get it. It's just like it's not what I would have gravitated to.
I think the only reason why I like it is simply because it was different. I mean, different isn't always better. A lot of the time, it's not.
Hmm.
It just it made a welcome change. The one story where I think it did sort of like fit in
Hmm.
is probably I have a feeling you're going to say it's the least likely of the lot, but it was the Deadly Assassin.
Oh, again, I don't know because Deadly Assassin is one of the stories I do have a gripe with anyway for being too human. It's all a bit too human because the fact that you get news broadcasts and things like this, and it's just like this is Gallifrey.
Yeah, that's true.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, and then when the Doctor goes into the Matrix and he's just like, oh look, here's a biplane, here's a train. He's
Yeah,
like,
it's a
what
trade. Yes, yeah,
the fuck are you? This is Gallifrey.
yeah, yeah,
This is an alien planet.
yeah. But
That's an
everything, yeah,
alien biplane, an
yeah,
alien
yeah.
train,
That's it. Yeah.
in an alien quarry with an alien tree.
Yeah, because yeah, of course, throughout that entire story, nobody from Earth is no characters from Earth. They're all
No,
Gallifreyan. So
yeah.
why would all
Why is
the
everything
technology
Earth?
there? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
And
certainly get that.
it's coming from the mind of another Gallifrey. Everything he's creating, you got surgeons,
Yeah,
yeah, and they're all human. And it's like this is coming from the mind of another Time Lord. Why is this in the mind of this Time Lord? What are you doing? Like it's just like this is just I don't get this at all. And the ending,
it's
the last 30 seconds of that story ruins it. Absolutely ruins it.
yeah. You wouldn't
Oh
give the
look,
ending nine
there's the
out of ten,
master.
then? Yeah, yeah,
Like there he goes.
yeah,
Look,
yeah, yeah.
and it's fixed behind the clock.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and his face looks completely different in that scene than he did throughout the rest of the story.
Yeah, but it's not really that. That's not how TARDISes work anyway. Because
Well,
otherwise,
yeah,
why wouldn't you see the Doctor's face plastered over the fucking window? Go round. It's just
yeah.
spinning around.
Yeah, yeah, it wasn't a good move, that was it?
No, not really.
I
No.
mean, I don't dislike the story, but yeah, I will admit it does have some flaws,
I
as you
really
certainly
don't like the
pointed out.
journalist in it. I really don't like the journalist. The whole idea that this journalist, he's got a bloody BBC cameraman as well. He's,
The cameraman who turns into an action man, yes.
yeah. I'm here talking to you from the Panopticon.
Well, yeah, that
Kiss
that
my
is
ass.
that is a bit fucking unbearable, isn't it?
It's not good. Um. So yeah, we we covered quite a bit this evening. It's been good fun.
Yeah, we've been here, there, and everywhere. I think
Yeah, I think so.
tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. We were talking earlier about again James Dreyfus as well. That situation there, which is fucking appalling. Um. I'm to go back to. I think we should talk about because we are going to be doing the past of Doctor Who, but I think we've got also aptly got to talk about the future of Doctor Who as well.
Yeah.
Um, have you seen the extended trailer for Flux or the full trailer for Flux?
Probably, but I don't know if it was the full one or if it was just or
Yeah,
what. Um,
but I mean, like, is it me or is it just like it looked just flashbang and some really? I mean, I've got to be honest though. When I saw that dog, I
yeah,
I don't know if I could contain myself.
it's
But here's the thing, right? I I don't know where you stand on this, right? Doctor Who has never done animal people very well because they
no.
done cat people,
Yeah, so yeah, survival. Yeah, no,
fly
I couldn't be
people.
doing that. Yeah,
They done giant flies in bloody Planet of the Dead. They done wasps, spiders. Um, I mean, it doesn't look good. And this, I
no.
don't know what I don't know what this dog, but he looks like Barf.
Oh, okay. What's worse
You
though?
can't
That
you can't call
that
it
dog.
Chewbacca.
Well, you got that thing, or those dogs, Cybermen things that were in.
Well, the saber shape.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that was the story where I just thought, yeah, I've kind of given up with the Cybermen now.
I mean, I think with the whole thing with the saber shape though was I think that I kind of like the idea that they aren't limiting themselves to people. That they are just trying to make any because they're alien creatures to begin with. They're not from Earth,
Hmm.
so the fact that they wouldn't be limiting themselves um to actually just people is a bit more interesting. At least they were trying to explore new territories.
Yeah, but I would have always thought that they would have saved the process for like the dominant species.
Well, yeah, but a
Um,
cyber dog's a cyberman's best friend.
okay, is it right? I'll take your word for that one.
I'm trying to see if I can find. Um, I'm trying to find an image actually of the dog preacher man thing. Looks like Bungle from Rainbow. Uh,
I don't know if I'd say it looked as good as that.
I'm gonna actually just shift this over here for a second because I'm probably gonna try to see if I can do this. Um, I mean, it's. I would say that it does look like a dog, but that doesn't mean to say it looks good. Um,
Yeah,
I mean, it's not even a particularly threatening dog.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of.
It
The
looks like
final.
Chewbacca.
Well, I was thinking the final scene of The Howling when the newsreader changes into a werewolf and it looks more like a sort of a chihuahua or something. It
It's a
doesn't look
Yorkshire
remotely
Terrier.
threatening. Yeah, it looks as threatening as that. I
I
mean, I
mean,
can only assume that is not a villain because you're not
I,
going to feel threatened by that, are you?
I, I, I genuinely, I don't know what the fuck they thinking. I don't know what the. I genuinely, I am lost for words. I, I, I'll be honest though, right? I don't like the idea of the cat people. I've always thought that they were too cat-like to begin with. It's something that Nurse Hayne and all that from New Earth. They were too just like it's very well done, but it's just too cat too. It's basically taking an animal's head and sticking it on a human's body, and they've done exactly the same thing here.
Yeah.
It does look like a dog, not denying it. Doesn't make it good.
No.
If you want to make a person look like a dog, you've achieved it. You've achieved your goal. But I could probably see this as being, his species evolved from a Yorkshire Terrier over millions of years. And, it hasn't. It's just a head of a Yorkshire Terrier stuck on a person's body.
Well, yeah, that is
There's no
certainly how
evolution
it
there.
appears. No.
So, yeah, it's just shizen. Um, yeah, oh, God.
Well, of course, yeah. One other time when they did have yeah a creature that was part human and part dog, you wound up with the Lucosa, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, though, they've never done it like with. I mean, I can understand, like, even going back to Survival in 1989, where they done the cheetah
With the
people.
cheetah beetle, yeah.
They still changed them enough so that they weren't just. I mean, they look like cats, but they
Yeah,
were changed enough that they were still a bit more of their own thing. They wasn't just a cat head on a human body.
Oh, there were plenty of scenes where, to me, it did look like it was just a
Yeah, yeah,
person
yeah.
with a cat head on it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm not condoning it at all.
No.
But what I'm saying is that's a good example as to why this is bad.
Right, yeah.
This is even worse because this is even more of a that is just a dog.
Yeah, I mean, it's like albeit a very well made one, but it could just be like a Halloween mask or
Yeah,
something.
but that's what I mean. Anytime there's no evolution of a dog there. They haven't shown like what would happen if a dog evolved into a person.
Mm,
All they've done is stuck a dog's head on a human body. It's just,
mm,
that's all that is.
yeah.
There's no like the nose has gone has become all broadened, or the hair is there's less hair on the body in certain areas, or the eyes have
And
nothing of that.
yeah, and of course it's always like the head is the one thing that retains the features of the animal. Well, what about the rest of the body?
Yeah, exactly. Why is it able
And
to stand that way?
yeah, exactly. Why is it standing upright? Surely it would still be on four legs.
Surely his legs, even if he could stand on two legs, but surely his legs would still be a different knee joint.
Yeah, see, and it's. I dare say there'll be people out there who say, "Oh, you're overthinking it," but
No,
I
because
like
we evolved
science.
from apes.
That's it. I like science fiction to have its roots in fact, not just going completely over the top and just making it up, out of
Yeah,
thin air. It's in order for it to work, it's got to have its roots in scientific fact somewhere along the line,
yeah.
and that hasn't.
It's bullshit science,
Yeah.
and that's what all it is. The thing, even the thing with like I mean, I could just see this thing with a fucking tail.
Unfortunately,
Curled up,
you know it's going to have
wagging.
a tail, isn't it? Yeah. There's
They're
going to
gonna
be
do
a
something that
scene.
scratches you, and
Yeah, yeah, and at the end of that episode, yeah, he's going to be standing there happy, and the tail's wagging. Yeah, you know all that's coming.
I think they're gonna do a joke where he just walks up to a lamppost and just picks his leg up. Oh
Yeah,
Jesus!
it's all coming, isn't it?
I it's
It doesn't give me it doesn't give me a lot of hope for
the
this
thing is,
series.
I want them to do something that I'm really gonna like. I really do. I really do want. I want this again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, go back to the classics. Why don't you?
Galaxy 4 is coming out on Blu-ray in November 15th. Galaxy 4.
Is that going to be an animated one?
It is going to be animated, yes.
So yeah, because I thought there were still missing episodes from that, isn't there?
Yeah. So
Uh,
yeah, they're gonna be doing
Using original audio.
yes, original
Right.
audio, but then doing all animated. So I'm looking. The only thing I would say about that, right, and is starting. The more and more I'm seeing it, the more it's bugging me now. Is the fact that I wish that when they do the audio one, the animated ones, that they would offer you the animated ones, because they do them in black and white and in color, right?
Mm.
So you get one version in black and white, one version in color, and I just think, look, if you're gonna do the one in color, just take out the bloody episodes. Just take out the divides. We don't need the end credits and the start credits. Breaking it up. Just put it into one episode.
So you would prefer it almost like a one single feature length episode?
Yeah, because they've already given you the black and white version,
Mm.
which has individual episodes like 1 to 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So when you've got the color version, there's no need to. Given that we're not watching it the way we used to watch it, we're watching on Blu-ray, and I don't think anybody from 1967 would have ever guessed that.
No.
So there's no need for it to be divided up. It's particularly like it doesn't matter. I don't mind them giving you the episodes, but if you're going to do the special edition bit, stop breaking it up into its episodes. There's no need to do it. Just put it in one.
Yeah, if you're talking about like where they've done this sort of thing, yeah, I would go along with that. So I do prefer watching it in episodal format. You remember
Yeah,
when they were first bringing out the VHS releases, and they did make them into like just the one single episode all the way through. I really didn't like the way they did that, and so I
yeah.
was like really glad when they started bringing them out just as the individual episodes. Because yeah, like you say, you've already got that on that Blu-ray with the black and white one. So yeah,
Yeah.
they could easily have done that with the color.
If you're gonna do the special edition, just edit it all into one story.
Yeah,
Because it's really annoying whereby you're trying to watch it, and then you come to the cliffhanger, and it's just like, right then, I've got to press fast forward now because I've got to go through not just all the credits for Doctor Who, but all the credits to the animators as well.
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah,
Yeah, it's an extra. It's like an extra 2 minutes of credits before they go. You got to go back into the Doctor Who title sequence, then go through the refresh to go to the
yeah.
other side. So you've just got your recap from the previous week, and there's no we not we're on previous week. That was 50 years ago.
Yeah,
There's no need to, as long as you've got the original version, there's no need to do it with the renewed version. There's no need to do it at all. Just do it as one complete story. Just have one complete sit down again, one 90 minute or 2 hour Doctor Who and sit down and watch it, and that would do to be fine.
so when
I
you oh god,
no, go on.
so when you're watching that Blu-ray,
Mm-hmm.
are you watching it in black and white or color?
Colour.
Which one? Color one.
Yeah.
So it works okay when it's been, well, I guess lack of a better word, it's been colorized. It's okay like that, is it?
So I don't know how they do it with the animated. I don't know which way round they do it, but I would guess that they probably do it colorized first, and then do it black and white because I'm guessing they're gonna have to select certain colors because certain colors don't work in black and white.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna guess that they probably are actually doing it that way round. So I mean I don't know, but the reason why I watch it in colors because I think I'm preferring to see how they because anytime I've seen Doctor Who behind the scene photos of what like for example the Aztecs,
Mm.
if you see the behind the scene photos of the Aztecs, the set of what we could have had on screen versus what we did get is a hell of a lot more vibrant.
Yeah. Yeah, all of the behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, I've always seen color photos, not
Yeah,
black and white photos.
yeah, and it just looks it's like whoa that looks stunning. And anytime I've ever seen have you ever seen Babel color on YouTube where they've taken like the Hartnell footage and colorized it?
Oh, yeah, it's always very short clips, isn't it?
Yeah, about 30-second clips. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And but it's just like oh, and the second you see the TARDIS console, and it's just like boom, 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 and it's like oh, this looks cool. This looks really, really cool. Which is why I don't like it when we done it. They done it in Twice Upon a Time. Because when they done it, when Babel colored on it, he actually colorized it to what the TARDIS colors were. Whereas in Twice Upon a Time and other Doctor Who episodes that involved an original console, they always just painted the bloody console white, and it was never meant to be white. It was always meant to be a very, very pale green,
Mm.
and it just like, and it's the same with the TARDIS walls. They always paint the TARDIS walls white. They never were. The TARDIS walls were always a very light grey. It's just people's abject memory forgetting these things.
Yeah, I can only assume because I always remember the TARDIS interior. It was very brightly lit, perhaps
Yes,
too brightly,
it was.
and I think that's the only reason I can think of why everyone seemed to think that yeah, all of
Yeah,
the walls and the thing were
it's
all white.
it's the same. It's the same thing with the Enterprise. A lot of people think that the original Enterprise was white. It wasn't. It was grey.
Yeah, I remember.
It was
Yeah, that
concrete
was
grey.
it.
But it's for the same reason. They just overlit it. But if you look back at the interior, the TARDIS interior console room, it's not white. People think it's white, but it's the mind. I had this with my son recently, which was it's what do they call it? The Mandela effect, isn't it? Whereby I talked to him about the Batmobile from Batman Forever, and I said to him, right then, I got a question for you. What color are the lights on the Batmobile from Batman Forever? You know where you got all the ribs and everything, and the wheels and everything.
Vaguely, there's for me, there's only one Batman film, and
Yeah.
it's not that one.
No, but yeah, I said,
I know the design though. Yeah.
so what color is the Batmobile lights from Batman Forever? And he said blue. I said wrong. They're white. Everybody thinks they're blue, but they're not. And he was like, "No, I'm sure they're blue. I'm sure they are." And then I went click, 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 click. There's the picture of the car, and there it was, white lights all
Yeah,
over the
white
car.
lights.
I was just like, "Well, fuck." I was like, "I'm sure they were blue." That's what everybody is. Everybody is, but they're not.
So with the like the mint green TARDIS, did
Yes.
they keep that colour scheme for the Peter Davison updated console, or did
All
that one get made white?
no. That was great as well.
Oh, it was
Uh,
okay.
yeah, that was great. Um, all of it. Well, if I show you, well, I can actually show you this.
Well, I was just thinking, yes, going back to Pertwee's first season, especially in Inferno, of course, there you can clearly see the console is that sort of like mint green colour.
Yeah. So the actual color for the Peter Davison TARDIS console, you can actually see in some of them here. Well, you can't because I'm not sharing an image yet, but trying to find a decent sized image that's not bloody. Um, there we go. That I think that's a good one. Yes. Open. That'll do. I'll just blow this image up a little bit so you can see it.
Right, so we'll just...
So the actual TARDIS color here, you'll see is that the console itself is sort of a silver grey, but
Oh yes, yeah.
the walls are grey as well. You see.
Uh,
So this is it. This is it in its sort of normal or what should have been the series like then, but they never stuck with it. They went back to being overlit again.
mm.
But you can see that there's no white anywhere. Maybe the studio floor. Um, the bit of tape that's covering the wires there.
Yes, yeah.
Um, but actually, yeah, it's sort of a concrete grey color the walls, and the console here is a mixture of the sort of the concrete grey with the silver grey as well,
Mm.
because they wanted to make it look a bit more shiny metal. So I don't understand why you would. They could have lit the entire show like this, and they didn't.
No, they overdid it.
Yeah, but yeah, it was. If you go back to sort of the '60s console room, I mean, yeah, if you look at the '60s console room here, this isn't necessarily the '60s console. I don't know who took this. I'm going to open this image up in a new tab, but this is probably close to the actual colors.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's probably a bit too rich in color there. That's probably a little bit too green.
Now, see,
But
when I see that console there like that, I just instantly think Inferno because
yeah,
Inferno's the one that really stands out for me as where you can clearly see the TARDIS console is that colour.
yeah, and that's the color it's meant to be. So
Yeah.
that's why again when you see something like Twice Upon a Time whereby it's washed out white, I just like stop. What? Why? It was never ever meant to be this way. I mean,
I mean,
um,
the problem is Doctor Who is rather plagued with things like this. You know, people working on it, and they just don't seem to know, how it's supposed to look or how things
yeah,
are supposed to work in it. The one that always springs to mind with that was when they did Warriors of the Deep. I know we're going back to slating that one again, but
yeah.
I mean, I think that that original console looks great.
I don't know, particularly in that light then as well. This is from the Doctor Who exhibit, which was in Cardiff, which is now closed. The
So is that an original
experience.
one or a reproduction?
I want to say it's a reproduction because I don't believe the original console still exists. Because I believe it was so badly knackered by the time they were done with it that it just had to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, when I say it had to be rebuilt, the people that worked on these consoles, they were fans. They were historians more than anything else. I daren't say to the point whereby they probably got the mixture of paint down to they probably went to the original suppliers.
I
That's been
wouldn't
known
be
to
at
happen.
all surprised.
It's yeah. So it's but I mean that's how it should look. That is how the console room should look. Grey walls, green console.
Mm.
It's and I do appreciate the effort that they made for Twice Upon a Time in how they managed to put it all together. But then they must have recolored the TARDIS console. They must have redone it for the episode because it couldn't have been you know
So they
it
went to
wasn't
all the trouble of like redoing the TARDIS console and then painting it the wrong colour.
well because here's the thing, it wasn't that color in um so let me just open this up here for a sec so you can see it. This is where I think they've gone a little bit too thing. This is it from uh I want to say it's
It's the Three
from
Doctors, isn't it?
Three Doctors, yeah.
Yeah.
So that you see is much paler there, but that could be the footage, right? That could be the
Yeah, I think that could be the lighting. Yeah.
yeah. So you can see the color of it. But anyway, yeah, they went to all the trouble of recreating the TARDIS and everything for an adventure in space and time, which so yeah, and space and time because they not only recreated the console room, but the actual the actual proper box for the show, and then didn't end up using either one for the series. I mean, that's from an adventure in space and time, and it's 100%. It's pretty much this is how it should have looked.
Yeah. That does look good.
It's just sexy. And again, all the lights on this are popping properly. It looks lovely. Um, and again, it's because it's not you're flat white. But then the box itself that they built was more accurate to the. 'Cause I believe, hang a sec.
No, I was going to say you got an image of that.
Yes, I will have. Let me just. I'm gonna have to go to Flickr. There you go. So there's the actual box that they used for an adventure in space and time, which is very, very close to the original box. Very close. It's a little bit off on one dimension, which is the fact that the bottom of the doors isn't right. Um, which means that so the door paneling and the down the bottom and the side panels are a little too thin.
All right.
Which means that the you've got a very, very square looking windows, which is not how the original TARDIS was.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's so they're missing the sills from under the windows there. Look,
Yep.
because the what they call the weather strip. So it's missing that. And again, these down here, down the bottom, they're missing because these here shouldn't be square. Yes, they should be rectangular.
Rectangular. Yeah.
So these ones down the bottom here should be a little bit fatter. Yeah, this step here should be thicker.
Well, at least there is a step now. I mean, we were talking about the key to time earlier. Of course,
Oh
in
yeah,
that one, they had to remove it completely because it was the
yeah,
only way K9 could get in and out. Bloody hell!
yeah. But yeah, but the wall strips are a little too thin, so you end up with square windows. But you got the proper recessed time box thing, the extended horns on the top. So it's very the larger stacked roof. So it's quite nice.
I've
It's
seen
still
far worse.
oh yeah, but yeah, I mean talking about some of it is like it's interesting, but you know when they did the Twice Upon a Time story,
Mm.
the bloody um console and everything that they end up using for that. Again, if I open this up in a new tab, you can see. Well, you can probably see my problem with it. Actually,
Well, I can see straight away the colour.
it's just sapped everything out of it.
Yeah, it's drained all of the. It looks very
Crap.
well. Yeah, I can't argue that. It don't look right.
No, and again, all they've done there is really literally just taken the color. It looks like it's been primered, ready for a new paint job. And
You
that's it.
you can really see the difference there from where that has been painted white
Hmm.
and where the previous ones they looked white because of too much lighting and that.
Yeah.
That don't look right at all.
No,
That's fucking horrible.
yeah, it's not good at all. But yeah, what's strange as well, right? So, given that they're working on the show, right? They are literally the custodians of the show. They're working on it. They are the people that are making the Doctor Who. They've been making Doctor Who since 1963. You'd have thought that when it came to doing an adventure in space and time and getting past it to Twice Upon a Time, given that they had just made an adventure in space and time, that they would have got the right fucking TARDIS. So,
You would have thought it, but
yeah. So Twice Upon a Time. Let me just show you this, right? So and I know a lot of people are not gonna notice this, right?
all right. We'll see if I
But
can spot it.
I am what you would call possibly a TARDIS aficionado,
All right.
right? So let me just open this image up in a new tab here. There we go. And I will go like this, share, so you can see what I'm talking about here. So on the right, we have Peter Capaldi's box.
Right.
It is standing. No, they've done this deliberately, right? Because you can't do this by accident. But they've got it standing about 6 inches higher up on a tump
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
to make it look taller than the uh what's his name?
David
First
Bradley.
Doctor's, yeah, David Bradley box. Let's call
Yeah.
it the David Bradley box, right?
Yeah.
So that in itself, it's obviously like it's a little thing whereby they just trying to make the new TARDIS look better than the old TARDIS by making it look bigger than the old TARDIS.
Mm.
The problem is the old TARDIS that they have there is the John Pertwee box.
The one that we last saw last week.
Yes, this is that box. There is not the William Hartnell box.
No, it's there's a 11-year gap there.
Yeah, even though John Pertwee ended up with the original box, it had been heavily modified between the time William Hartnell left and the time John Pertwee arrived. And some of the big changes here, and they actually had this. I want to say they had this from, I can't remember what it's called. It's like Planet TARDIS, something like that. It's called. It's a Doctor Who fan place. It's a fan built box. It's not actually a BBC built box. They actually borrowed this off fans, right?
Right.
But this is the John Pertwee box, and there's some really huge telltale signs here. because if you look here, the big problem with the Pertwee box is, as I pointed out to you a couple of weeks ago, the box itself is knackered,
Yeah,
right?
so, I mean, yeah, you were saying about this. That's
And
right.
it's been put together wrong, right? And here's some telltale signs. See this gap under the roof here?
Hmm.
This is here because when they put the sidewalls in, they put the sidewalls into the wrong position. Because due to wear and tear, the sidewalls ended up being screwed in flush. You can see here, they're flush with the pillars.
Yeah, yeah, I can see
Whereas they're
that.
supposed to be recessed like the doors here.
Yeah,
See where this trim is above the door?
yeah,
You can see how it's recessed behind the pillars.
yeah,
Yes, there's like a half-inch recess into this thing. So these actually sit into a shadow, right? If you look
yep,
here, they don't.
yeah, yeah. They're not doing it at all there. Yeah, yeah.
They're
You can see that.
100% flush with the pillars. Not supposed to be. So they've got this on this side, and it's the same on the other side. But the front and back are recessed. So you've now got instead of having a square box, you've got an oblong,
Yeah,
right? Because it's now wider than it is deep,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I see that. Yeah.
right? This is why the roof doesn't fit
So,
anymore.
so yeah, of course, yeah. So the roof doesn't fit. What about the base? Is that affected?
The base, right? So the base isn't affected, but we've now got instead. If you were to look at the tiles from the top, instead of having a square, you've actually got a trapezoid. It's not square at all. That's why if you looked at the other side of this here, you'd see a bolt hinge halfway down the middle of the roof, and the roof actually sitting on a skirt because the actual back wall it's one is tight and the other one's not. So this back pillar here is actually being tilted off. It's actually imagine you took a box and you just squashed it a little bit. So you can see if you look down the front here, you see that it's quite narrow here,
Yeah,
but it's wider here. See that? And that's not perspective. That's literally because the actual thing is off on a skewer. It's literally not sitting square at all.
so that roof could have like fallen in.
Oh no! I mean they bolted the shit out of it, so it wasn't
Oh,
going to
okay,
collapse.
so yeah, all right, so it wasn't
But
going to do that.
it
But,
wasn't sitting square at all. If you look at the if you look at the actual roof itself, it was actually um, if can I get a picture of the of Pertwee's roof? Because it's not actually. Sorry, yeah. What's the tile? Which one? Probably be Planet of Spiders, I guess.
got a chance to see the roof of it.
Yeah, I think so.
I can't remember very many instances where we did get to see it.
Right there it is. There you go. This is how bad it is. Somebody's actually pointed this out, I think. If I go like this, there you go. So
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, right, where it's got two there, yeah.
yeah.
What
See,
the
so
hell's happened there?
it can't sit square because it can't because this wall here shouldn't be where it's at. It's too far forward. If you look at the depth of the doors there,
Yeah.
this is a good example actually because you can see how deep these doors are in.
Yeah, you see the
Right?
from
So
the
these
shadow
walls
there.
should be, but they're not, and because these walls aren't in that deep,
Yeah.
it throws this off here, which means this can no longer sit flush because this part that's running up here as part of the stack of the roof, it can't possibly sit square. So you end up with this. This is why, because these walls are further back. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Because these walls
Oh,
are
yes,
further
yeah.
forward. These ones are further back. You get this gap here and
Yeah.
under here because these are so far. These are so far back. These are so far forward. So there's no coverage. This bolt here is what's holding it on, and this twist here is because the whole damn thing's not square.
You got to wonder, what kind of state did it have to end up in before they said, look, let's build a replacement?
Oh, this one. I mean, we got the inverted signs there. Look,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be white on black on white instead of white on black, or
Yeah, it's
blue
now
on
white on
blue.
black. Yeah.
It's cracked there. Look at it. It was a mess.
Yes, it's
Yeah, but
the only thing that's still going for it is you look at the paint.
mhm.
It does still vaguely make it look like it's concrete.
Yeah. But here's what I was saying about the windows. Look, see, the windows are rectangular.
Yeah,
They're far more taller than they are wide.
yeah,
And this is what they got wrong. And they've even got still got some of the lips there. Look, some of the weather strips that
yeah,
are on
yeah.
the original box. I mean, it is the original box. It's just been cut about hell and back and ballsed up.
Yes, yeah.
I
I mean
mean, they literally dropped this roof by. I mean, oh god, they dropped the roof by about I want to say 3 inches off the stack because the horns are gone off the top.
yeah, it's just a disaster, isn't it?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, look how far that's sticking out over.
Yeah,
That
I
shows you how
mean,
big the twist is.
yeah, that's horrendous. That.
Yeah, that should tell you exactly how much of a twist there is in the box for it to be that way. I mean, look, that window's all pressed out there.
Yeah, you see that window is well. I mean,
Bollocks.
it's gonna fall in or almost.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mess. But I mean, this is why this box is this box, and the one that this is how I know that the one that David Bradley used is this one, or supposed to be this one. It's a fan creation of this one.
Mm.
So yeah, it's it's a state.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Yeah, it's a state, all right.
Yeah, I mean it's this is how you identify the TARDISes through the ages, so you know where things are. Um, like there's little things that people won't notice. I'm sure, but I will.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of those ones you were just pointing out there, I had never noticed before. But
Yeah. Well, I
God,
mean,
yeah,
you use a small one that people won't notice. But I have down the bottom of the TARDIS there. There's an extra strip where the TARDIS has been screwed so many times. Where they've butted it up, they've actually added this extra strip on one of the sides.
all right. So there's only supposed to be two there, is there?
There's not supposed to be one there at all.
Oh, okay.
This one here isn't supposed to be here.
All right.
There's the base,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to be there's the base, then a flat step, and then the wall.
Right.
This extra strip here shouldn't be here at all. It's just because this wall is bollocks. This was missing down the corner here, and they just added this strip just to basically fill a hole because all this was rotted. So
That's Planet of the Spiders again, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
oh yeah. By the time this thing was ending its run, I mean, it wasn't just Sean Pertwee that needed to regenerate. This,
No. Yeah, a good few props needed regenerating.
yeah, and again, look, it's understandable because again, it wasn't new when they had it for the first time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were saying, yeah, they borrowed it in quotes from
Yeah.
Z-Cars.
Yeah, from Ealing Studios. Yeah, it went missing from the backlot on Ealing. So yeah, it what's that one from? I got a few. Yeah, that's Planet of the Spiders as well. Yeah. I mean, you can see. I want an earlier photograph of it actually because. I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the earliest incarnation of the TARDIS I can find before it. Yeah. So if I don't know if I'm still showing this. There we go. So if I go to this one here, this is the back shot of the Pertwee TARDIS from Twice Upon a Time.
All right.
And this is a good way of seeing the difference between the side walls and the back wall looks, yeah? See the depth there?
Is there a way you can enlarge the image slightly?
Oh God. I can
Oh,
try.
okay.
Uh, there you go.
Right, yeah.
So now you can see why this roof doesn't match up.
Yes, and you got the indentation there.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's because if you look at the depth here
yeah. It's
and then
much
compared to
further
the
set in.
depth,
Yeah.
yeah, see that? So that's what throws all this to alter cock. And you got this extra step here,
Oh yeah, yeah,
right there, which shouldn't be there.
yeah. It's not there on
Um,
the other one.
yeah, it shouldn't be there at all. And it's just not square. It just throws it right off square. And then you'll notice as well. I mean, somebody's tried to do this faithfully, as well. So this sign doesn't fit straight either. So yeah, you'd be surprised how many people out there are deliberately building these boxes to look bonked.
So they look like they're deliberately done to look like they're as fucked up as the original prop was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, use a good one for this. I want to say I don't know which version of the TARDIS. This is Pertwee's era. Um, but again, this is really where you can see sort of damage to the roof. I mean, the police
Yeah,
box sign is missing there.
yeah. I say you can't even see the
It's gone.
public call sign there at all.
Yeah. It's also got the damage down the bottom there. Um, I got a feeling they buried part of the base there because part of it was actually missing. Damage to the light
Well,
there as
I
well.
was just wondering actually about that. If you just scroll down, yeah, so the base there,
Yeah,
that really does look like they've deliberately covered it over there to hide something's not right with it.
yeah. It was missing. But again, you can tell that it's not square. It's not sitting square. Again, all the horns are missing.
Yeah.
So I mean, how they managed to do this was that the fact that they had the wrong type when they shortened the roof on this. Um, I believe it's supposed to be 4'10" by 4'10", and I think
Right.
that when they shortened the roof here, because it didn't fit the wall, because if you imagine if you took a step out, this part of the roof was going to be the stack was going to be too small, so it was just going to drop through the hole in the middle.
Mm.
So they put a wider stack on top of the thing, so it's for the roof to sit on. But the problem was that now the walls didn't match up because the front and the back were deeper than the sides. So now it was just like none of this fits,
No.
and that's what you ended up with was this prop being all the cock.
Yeah, the prop is just basically an entire collection of botched repairs, or well,
Yeah,
not even repairs, just whatever you would call it.
I mean, I would say I don't know how useful this one is, but I'll do this one as well, so you can see how badly some things have aligned. And things are bad because one of the key things that you'll see here on this prop is these. See these inside?
The hinges.
These no,
They
these no,
look like hinges.
no. What they are. If I zoom in a little bit more, so there's your front doors,
Yeah.
and what these are over here are what's bolting the damn walls in.
Oh.
You got one down here, one over here, you got one up here, and one over there as well, right? And what's holding the walls together. You got these pins here. These are split pin hinges, and they are holding the roof on.
Have they
Whereas
just painted them all blue to try and hide the fact that they're there?
Oh yes,
Alright.
oh yes. But if you look down the bottom there, you can see where the damage has been done down the bottom, and this is why they had to add that trim because you can see there's a gap
Yeah,
right
you got
there.
the gap there, yeah.
See, and that's why they had to add that wooden trim over because this is split through there. So they had to add that wood trim just over to fill this gap in here. So they just put a piece of wood over the top of this, nailed it to the doors, and then just or nailed it to the walls, I should say, and then just painted it blue.
Yeah.
Um, it was honestly it was a horrendous mess.
I mean, considering it's probably like the main prop of the entire series, you would have thought they'd have at least taken or made half an attempt to take care of the thing, but
No,
no.
no, no. I want to let's go back. I want to go back a little bit further. I spelled that wrong. I'm looking for. I'm looking for the prop in its original state, just so you can see how they cocked it up. Wow, that's huge. Okay, let's zoom out and change the views there. So this is the original prop.
This is from An Unearthly Child. Oh no, I can see the Dalek there.
Yeah, it's from a later episode. But this is before they reduced the stack of the roof.
Yeah.
Now this is the whole problem here. What they did, you see where the horns are here?
Yeah.
All of this step was taken out. Right way down to the tops of these stacks here.
That looks like that's a fair size.
Yeah, it's at least 3 inches that they took off. Right? But if you
Right.
look at the size of the actual the top of the roof there,
Yeah.
if they just took this off, this was going to fall into the
It's
chasm
just going to
inside.
fall inside, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what they had to change. They made this thing fit so that it would bolt onto here, onto the sides here, and then onto either side. So you'd pin it on here, and pin it on here, and pin it on this side, and then pin it on this side, but not the front and back. So when they done it, they didn't realize that this was going to be wrong. So you ended up with, because, and you can see where the walls are right here. You can see the depth there.
Yeah, you got the
And it's
depth
the same
right there.
Right. So these walls end up getting pushed out. So because these walls are pushed out, they fitted it so they would cover these walls here. Well, these walls didn't get pushed out, so you end up with this bloody big gap under the roof.
Yeah.
And it's, we're talking. This is the same box. This is the same box that they had for the show. I mean, you can see how knackered this thing was.
Yeah.
Casters. So they had to put
bloody
a trim
hell,
on
yeah.
the base. Yeah, it's screwed up. And this was again in William Hartnell's era. So you know that this started incurring damage pretty much from. And what's amazing you is that they only ever had 2 boxes for the show. But some people think they only had the one, but they didn't. They had 2. Sometimes it was one box split in half. They did do that.
Right.
So they actually took this box, took the roof off it, cut it in half. So they had the back and the side,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
the front and the side, and they needed 2 fronts. So what they would do is, you might not know this, but round the back there is usually 2 doors.
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
So so what you would do is how you'd have sometimes you'd see the front of the TARDIS where people would come out.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'd see the back of the TARDIS where people would come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. So they effectively turned it into 2 different props, for lack of a better word.
So, but this come later on because they effectively had one TARDIS, one TARDIS prop. But when they ended up, it got damaged on one particular day, and you can actually see it in the show actually because there's one whereby the TARDIS windows and doors and wall are just like, what the fuck have you done there? Because it's not right at all. It's really bad.
I mean, you've shown a fair few pictures that already has me thinking, what the fuck are they done to it there?
Oh no! So I'm going to try to show you this. I'm trying to think which episode it is. William Hart TARDIS. I want to put faulty. Location. Oh, that's not how you spell words. No. Let's get rid of William Hartnell because the BBC did.
Yeah.
TARDIS faulty exterior. for that because I want to try to find this one particular one because it's literally you wouldn't believe that it ended up in the show, but I promise you it did. Um, uh,
And how far back is this going? Is this in Hartnell era?
it's possibly Patrick Troughton. I want to say they literally they ballsed up the side of the TARDIS so much. Um, it doesn't even look like the TARDIS. Um, where the hell is it? Let's try TARDIS wrong side. I'm trying to find it. Why the hell is that in there? That's a weird thing. Um, there's a shot of the TARDIS from an episode, and it's literally they've replaced the side of the TARDIS, and it's missing the roof. I think, and it's just like what the bloody hell. It's got
And
like 9 windows and
so it's clearly visible where they made
oh
this absolute
yes,
bots job.
yeah, TARDIS. I want to say bad side. Uh, it's really it's on screen. I want to say, is it second Doctor? We'll try that. It's difficult to find, but it's worth seeing it because it's just like holy shit. Like they saw that and went, oh yeah, that's the same, and it's not at all. TARDIS. Trying to think how else to put it. TARDIS prop. Um, let's put damaged, is it? Because I can't think of any other word. There it is.
Right, straight away. Okay, right. Let's. I mean, I can only see it. I can only just see it, but it's not even remotely.
Oh shit, it's the wrong one. There you go. It's not even right. The roof is all wrong. Everything's wrong.
It's those windows. I mean,
Yeah. Somebody looked at the box and thought that looks the same.
yeah. It is quite literally laughable.
Oh yeah, but see the roof on the top there, and this is what they did.
I don't know if it's just me. The roof almost looks like it's sloping a bit.
It's all it's not the proper roof, but it's not the proper side either. So this is what I said. This side here and the roof.
Yeah.
The only thing of the original TARDIS here is these two pillars on the door.
Yeah.
Everything else is back at BBC Central. All this was created so they had two TARDISes because they needed one for location and one for the studio. And it's the only time they ever had two TARDISes. And why? I would have just waited.
Yeah. Using that was not a good idea.
But I mean, somebody saw that and went, "Well, let's use that." Go on.
Yeah, we'll use that one. Yeah, that's good. No one will notice.
Yeah. It says it's from Massacre of Saint Bartholomew's Eve. I'm trying to see if I can get it.
So it is from the Hartnell era.
Yeah, that looks right. But it was just like
last story was for Stephen Taylor, I think, wasn't it?
there you go. So and it looks like the top wasn't even painted blue properly because it's just like so. This is where they started cutting the roof down. because they had to cut the roof down for this because they needed the two boxes and they only
It,
had the one.
it looks a lot more simple than the previous one, and yeah, you can see from the shades of grey, it does look like it is. It's not the same colour.
Yeah, but you're right. It's simple, yes, by the people that made it.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I love that one. I love the original one because just because it has the tilt open windows and everything, it's properly
yeah, that's how it should be.
yeah. But kind of lost in the Pinterest bloody. But yeah, when you see that, it makes you just think like, what the bloody hell?
Yeah.
Professional TV company, this is.
It does give the impression that the people who were working on it then, because I remember last week you were saying there were people who were working on Doctor Who didn't want to
Hmm.
be there.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like that was starting much earlier.
Oh yeah. From the start,
Uh,
from the start. There were people that never took it seriously. There were people that never wanted to be a part of it. They didn't. Science fiction came with a stigma.
it still does, doesn't it?
It's just this whole stink of it's not proper drama. It's not proper, and that's what it came down to was the fact that oh no, it's not proper TV. It's not proper actors. There's a sense of stink that's always handed down. There's a hierarchy of stink, particularly with that era of, and it's eroding away now, but it's still prevalent.
Oh, it's still there.
But there was always this thing of people didn't want to be TV actors; they wanted to be movie actors. Movie actors you never saw them on TV because it was a step down for them. So they were movie actors, and there was TV actors, but TV actors looked down on theatre actors. The theatre actors, but it's still kind of there now, whereby people are going movie actors, TV actors, um, theatre actors, online streaming service actors, and it's still following that thing. Even though an actor's an actor, it doesn't matter. And the only people that become successful are people who just happen to be very very lucky.
Yeah, so the amount of luck involved in it. Yeah,
It's an incredible amount of luck because there are some actors out there that have made it incredibly famous and they are absolutely shit.
yeah, yeah. I think there are quite a few.
There's more than quite a few, and there are some actors out there that, as far as I'm concerned, should be major superstars and
Yeah,
have all the talent in the world, but just
yeah,
can't get anything other than side work. You know,
yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of incredible actors out there. Well, one of the ones that they've talked about before, um, uh, you know, as in terms of, I'm just gonna just so I get this right. Um, oh God, I've totally blanked. Uh,
Are you thinking Martin Jarvis?
no. Martin Jarvis. Somebody was talking about him recently. Actually, I was watching a show and they happened to mention that they went to a party with Martin Jarvis in California. I was like, oh, coincidence, eh?
California. Hmm.
Yeah. Well, he was living in California at the time.
Okay, I always thought he was just known in this country. I didn't realise he
No,
was known in America as well.
no, yeah, you have a look at his stuff, and he's done lots of stuff internationally. But he was living in Hollywood at the time. Right, yeah. So the person I'm thinking of is Natasha O'Keefe. Uh, she
Not familiar.
she is a brilliant, and I mean absolutely brilliant actor. She's currently she's doing a show called Intergalactic, which I don't think anybody's seen. She was in Peaky Blinders for a bit
Okay,
as Lizzie Stark.
don't remember the
Um,
name. I've seen a fair few episodes of it. I could
Yeah,
never really get into the Peaky Blinders. It wasn't really my sort of thing.
yeah. But I mean, I first saw her playing Abby Smith in Misfits. Um, and it was just like anytime somebody would say to me, who would you cast as the next Doctor? It was her. It was just like she was just. I'll show you a picture of her now. There she is.
Oh, okay, yeah, it looks familiar now. Yeah,
Uh,
I didn't know the name, but yeah, I recognise the face.
yeah, she is amazing. She is absolutely brilliant. And that she would have been my choice for the Doctor. I mean, it's just like she comes with such a quirk to her and her own style that it would have been so easy for her to have slipped into the part.
Mm.
Um, no, no, it wouldn't have been like sort of my go to thing. Like if I had to, but it was just a case of, and it wasn't when sort of casting a woman as the Doctor or anything like that. It was just like she had it. Do you know what I mean? She had the actual. It resonated with her.
Yeah,
You know.
so regardless of whether we're talking as instead of Jodie Whittaker or preceding her,
Oh,
it
this
would
was
have still
before
been
Geordie.
the.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
this was before Geordie. Yeah, this was. I mean, if you see like if I Tasha O'Keefe, there we go. If you see the way she dresses normally, you see her own sort of sense of style and everything. It's kind of like she's automatically got it. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. It's you got an image of that.
Yeah. I mean, some of her own styling. So yeah. So yeah. Bloody Pinterest.
I knew there was a reason why I don't bother with Pinterest much.
I don't like it. It's shit.
Yeah, it's not my favourite site.
Zoom out. Yeah. There we go. So there's one shot of her.
I can see a sort of Doctor Who like quality to that straight off the
Yeah.
bat.
And if I go on a sec, let me just come back here for a second. I'll get rid of that. There's one of her. Where the hell's the one of her where she was going to that ceremony? Um, how is it? There we go.
That looks very much like a publicity photo, is it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still her. It's her. You know what I mean? It's still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And if somebody was to say to me, why would you cast her as the Doctor? It's because it's the Doctor.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah,
She's got this stoic sort of distant quality to her, but there's a lot going on behind the eyes.
mm.
Um. So yeah, it's she would have been my choice. But I mean, we ended up. I mean, I think that I was talking about this way back when. I mean, they were casting Peter Capaldi, I think. But who? That's what. Yeah. Can I open this up somewhere? I mean, just to see her like this. Let me just zoom in a bit. There's no way I would even thought because the way she acts as well. She's got this very quirky tone. Anyway, and maybe it's because I find her acting style very similar to Patrick Troughton. I don't know, but that's just me maybe.
Well, if her acting style is reminiscent of Patrick Troughton, then it's not hard to see why you're straight away thinking, right, You got a potential Doctor Who there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I wasn't thinking about you'd be casting a woman as the Doctor. I'm just thinking I'd be casting the
Yeah, just
Doctor as the
casting
Doctor,
an actor in the role. Yeah, yeah.
and yeah.
And let's face it. I mean, if an actor's style is reminiscent of Patrick Troughton, they have got to be doing something right because he
Oh
was
yeah.
a genuinely great actor.
I mean, he's one of my favorite actors anyway. I mean, I grew to like Patrick Troughton. It's weird how things happened really because it I had seen Patrick Troughton. Obviously, I'd seen him in like the Two Doctors and so on, and I remember my mother talking about him and the stuff. So, because my mother kind of knew him as well.
All right.
Uh, so I don't know how much you know of this, but my mother worked at the BBC when they were first making Doctor Who.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, yeah. No, my mother worked at Maidaville Studios for the Radiophonic Workshop.
Okay.
So she was literally sort of at the forefront. She heard the Doctor Who theme before any of us.
Before anybody else did, yeah, yeah.
So so yeah, but she knew people like Cliff Richard and the Beatles and all that, and uh, because obviously when you were working at BBC Maidaville, her job was basically clerking for BBC Maidaville, so she was basically dealing with all these people coming in and dealing with rock stars and so on. And
So she met a lot then.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And back in '63, I don't know. My mother would have been in '63. I want to say she was 22, maybe 22, 23 years old. But she knew Delia Derbyshire. She knew everybody at the Radiophonic Workshop. Um, the Radiophonic Workshop was just sort of getting into its groove around then. So yeah, that's sort of my link with Doctor Who. There is my mother pretty much um, was one of the people that was working with the BBC at the time. It's kind of groovy, you know.
It's well, it's a dance like more of a link than most of us have. So
Yeah, well, the first time Delia Derbyshire ever played the Doctor Who theme out loud for the Radiophonic Workshop, it was after hours, and my mother was waiting because of how things were in London at the time and so on. They would kind of work with each other. So it was my mother, a friend Hillary, and a friend Beverly. And Hillary now lives in Dorset, and Beverly lives in Jamaica. Um, Still in touch with each other. They still know each other. They still talk to each other all the time. So basically, what happened was that my mother finished work around about 5 o'clock, but Beverly had finished as well, but Hillary still had work to do. But they wouldn't leave each other because they were going to the same place, so they wouldn't like leave one person there because it would be like, well, we'll wait for you to finish and then we'll catch the bus together.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because you would particularly at that time you're talking. It was sort of end of September, coming into October when they started piecing together the Doctor Who theme. Given that this was going out in November, they had about 4 weeks,
Right.
so just over 4 weeks to sort of finalize stuff. So the theme was being put together, and um, they were waiting for Hillary to finish work. So they were just kind of just messing about in the office, and they decided to do a Ouija board.
Right.
So
Okay, there's one way to pass the time. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So it's about 5:30 at night. It's sort of October time, so it's dark. It's London. It's smoggy. You can imagine you're setting the table here.
Yeah.
And not many people know this, right? So during the actual initial broadcast of the thing where they were testing out the sounds and everything for the theme, um, I think they used part of I can't remember what it was. I don't know what it's called. It's like it's an It's a weird thing. It's like an aerial that makes this woo noise.
Not a
Um,
theremin.
yeah,
Okay,
yes.
yeah,
So they were using one of those to get some of the sounds. The
yeah.
right? So they were getting that, and then they were capturing it, and they were piecing it together on tape, right? And they were capturing, so they couldn't play the notes. So what Delia did was she would take anytime they would capture the note, she would find the note on the keyboard. So it'd be like this is playing.
All right.
So she got it. That's G.
Yeah.
Okay, that's E. So then she would take these pieces, snip them together, literally tape it together, and they would play the theme, right? But
It
nobody,
works.
yeah, nobody ever did. So what they would play it and record that onto a new piece of tape, right? But nobody ever done it. So she was trying to explain to somebody how this thing works, how you take all these bits of tape them all together, record them to a new piece of tape, and then you get the complete track. So she was explaining that, and she went, right, I'll play for you. And she went, click, and press play, and it was loud, right?
Right.
Now, Hillary, Beverly, and my mother
With their
are in an
Ouija board.
office down the hall, and all I can hear is, and they were in the bin with the Ouija board, and out the door. Screw the overtime. I'll sort it out tomorrow. I'm not coming back.
Yeah, it's just what you need to hear when you got one of them things in front of you. Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I mean, we accept it these days, but nobody had ever heard it before.
No, that's true.
Nobody had ever heard it before, and my mother makes sure that I know. Anytime I'm talking about Doctor Who, she's like, "You make sure you know this, because this is what went on." And it's kind of it's a nice link to have, I guess. But it's a nice link. I like the fact it's a nice link to the Hartnell version of Doctor Who. Not, it's like I know somebody who was there at the very beginning,
Yeah, so
and
yeah,
and,
right
and
at the
nobody
start.
else, nobody else really other than you and now people watching know this. So but now you know that anytime you see anything that to do with Doctor Who about the making of it or how it began, just remember there were three women down the hall in the radiophonic workshop doing a Ouija board, shitting themselves
Yeah, yeah.
and legging it for the bus. So yeah. I think you know what? I think that's quite a good note to finish on. I think. I don't think we're going to top that.
No, I certainly haven't got anything that's going to top that one.
So anyway, I hope you've had a good night tonight.
It's been a good one. Yep. It caught me all a bit by surprise because I had this feeling. Okay, yeah, I know what we're going to be doing tonight, and then suddenly bang! No, it's totally changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if you've seen like on my channel. I've done plenty of videos like that where okay, I've got something in mind, and right at the last second, no, right, scrap that. We'll do something totally different. So yeah, I've got no problem with
It's just the fact that it was. I thought it was when I saw what happened with James, and I thought we got to talk about this. And I thought, well, tonight's not the right night to be doing the third Doctor. When
yeah, I think it would be better if we had the three of us.
yeah.
Yeah, listen to me. I'm talking about the three of us. I've only done like four of these before, you know.
No, but it's good to have you on, though. It is. It's good. I did invite my son on, but I think he had other things to do as well. So I'm pretty sure you need
he just didn't want to be on screen with Lemmy, did he? I take that as a compliment, believe me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, thanks, Zach. I'm just gonna send him a message while we're still live.
All right.
That's okay. Uh, boom. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can. Oh no, it's not. It's not showing it. But I basically just said that to him. That's all.
No,
That you didn't want to be seen on screen
yeah.
looking at me.
I'm sure at some point he may be kicking and screaming onto it.
He'll come on again. I know he is busy with uni stuff as well.
Uh,
So he's drinking probably.
University student, yeah, you can pretty much bet that's what he's doing.
Saturday, why not?
Yeah.
I don't blame him. So yeah, next week we're going to be rounding up the third Doctor with hopefully with Chris back as well, so we can have a good chat about. Because I'm really interested. I am very interested as to genuinely what Chris is going to think of the Hartnell era as well. But I would like to know if his opinion has changed about Pertwee's era. I'm curious because he was kind of. I want to say like he was so unfamiliar with it that it seemed new to him.
Mm.
So I'm wondering whether or not his opinion of the Pertwee era has changed.
I do like it when you have videos like that where you've got people and each of them are looking at the same thing but from completely different perspective. So yeah, you are like very familiar with the Pertwee era. I'm familiar with the vast majority of it, and for most of this it was completely new to him. So you've got three very different views of exactly the same thing. I do like getting the comparison there.
And it's nice. Like I mean, again, like with Evil of the Daleks, it's nice when you see something that you think, oh right, yeah, I've never seen this before.
Mm.
And even though it's an older one, I mean, it happened. So the only experience I can really quantify it to, that I can really think of, is I remember when I first bought Star Trek: The Next Generation on DVD, and they were selling them in the box sets in the seasons.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
I was a big Star Trek: The Next Generation fan, and I had taped every episode and all this, and I'd watched it. And I remember going through, and I thought, I'm going to do a marathon here. I'm going to do a marathon here, and I'm going to start off on Encounter Farpoint, and then go right way through to All Good Things, and maybe then do the movies, right?
That's a marathon and then some.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was a lot of coffee, and it was pretty much I was awake for like 4 days, I think. But I'd done it. I did it. I didn't have anything else to do. I wasn't in school or anything. It was like summer holidays and stuff like that, And I think at the time it was in 94, 95. I think coming up with the DVDs. Yeah, I left school, so it was later than that. It was going to be 2002. So where was I in 2002? Drunk.
2002, yeah, good chance I was as well.
But I remember I was going through it, and I got to a season 7 episode of The Next Generation. I put it on. I'm sitting down watching it, going, I haven't seen this before. There's an episode of The Next Generation I have not seen. And I'm sitting down watching it, and as it's going on, it's like suddenly I get this wave, this vibe of, this is new. This is new.
Yeah.
I've got a new episode of The Next Generation. Holy Christ! And I'm sitting there watching, and it all come back, flooding back. It all it was like, and now on BBC Two, Trouble for Picard on the Enterprise.
Yeah.
And it wasn't cancelled for snooker. Come on! Oh my God! And it was just all the feelings just come back, and I seen the Enterprise come into shot. Then it was just like, oh.
Yeah, that's very similar to what I'm like when I am watching Doctor Who. Especially when I'm watching the Tom Baker era. As soon as it starts, it's like bang, I'm back to being like the 7-year-old kid watching it and absolutely transformed by it.
Yeah, and it's incredible when it's one you haven't seen.
Yes,
that feeling is unbelievable.
I remember when they found Enemy of the World. Mm-hmm. So of course An old Doctor Who, Patrick Troughton Doctor Who. I'd never seen it before. I'd never heard any audio from it before.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had to watch that,
staggering.
and
The thing is, I like it with the cartoons, with the animated ones, right? I do like that, but it doesn't give me the same vibe because it's
no,
new and it's a cartoon. It's not real. But you're right. When I first saw Enemy of the World, I was instantly like, this is a new episode of Doctor Who.
yeah, yeah.
This is a new old episode of Doctor Who. Oh my god! And to see his performance in that, that's the episode that made me go, he's my Doctor. It was when I saw Enemy of the World.
I
That,
mean,
that's
it's. I think it's probably the best performance that he gave
oh,
of his entire era.
I think it's the best performance any Doctor's ever given. To be honest with you, because it shows how good his perform how it shows how good a character actor he really was. The entire thing about that, I was watching, like I had seen like Tomb of the Cybermen and all this, and it was really good. It was really nice stuff, and it was just like as you said, they found the episode Enemy of the World, and suddenly they remastering it, and they were putting it on DVD and everything, and it was coming out, and I remember I was like, I'm actually excited about seeing this.
Yeah,
And David Tennant was the Doctor at the time. I believe he was still the Doctor at the time, or he was going into Matt Smith and so on. And
yeah. So around that time, I can't remember
yeah,
exactly when it was, but
but we're talking about like 2008, 2009, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
And so, like, it was like, I was enjoying Doctor Who, and and at the time I was sort of like, David Tennant's the guy. He was like, because David Tennant was the man, regardless of what anybody thinks. Like, internationally, when it came to Doctor Who, David Tennant was the guy.
yeah, yeah.
Right? I mean, he was superstar, rock star, all this stuff. So I had watched like Tomb of the Cybermen and so on, and it was just like, do you know what? I do like Patrick Troughton. I like him. I like him a lot. And then I remember getting the DVD for Enemy of the World, and it is right there.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And I remember putting it on, and I was just like, right then, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna watch this, and you're gonna have a bit of fun watching Doctor Who. And the notion that Patrick Troughton was going to be playing the villain and the hero was I thought was great, because he's playing the Doctor and he's playing somebody who looks like the Doctor as well. And then it hit me just how good the guy was, because I'm watching it and going, ha, 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 ha. And then they kidnap the Doctor and get the Doctor to pretend he's Salamander.
yeah,
And so you've got Patrick Troughton playing the Doctor,
yeah.
playing
Pretending.
Salamander, and now playing the Doctor for trying to be Salamander.
Yeah,
And the fact that there's these three separate distinctions between all, and you can tell who's who. That's incredible.
yeah. I know. Yeah,
That blows my mind. That you can actually tell the difference between Patrick Troughton as the Doctor playing Salamander and Patrick Troughton playing Salamander.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's There are. I don't think there are going to be that many actors who could pull that off, and he blitzed
Yeah,
it.
unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And then from that moment on, it was just like, I love this guy.
Uh,
He is untouchable. It just like, and anytime, like, even so when we were going back and when we done the two Doctors with Colin Baker, when he was on screen, they screwed up because they put a far superior commanding performance, and it's not Colin Baker's fault at all. But because if you notice in the two Doctors, Colin Baker undresses in that. It's not
yeah,
just
that's
because he's hot. It's they're actually wearing similar outfits. He's got the shirt on, and he's got the suspenders, and he just doesn't want to look ridiculous next to Patrick Troughton.
which you can totally understand.
Yeah, but at the same time, he is delivering a much more stern performance, whereas Patrick Troughton is just literally not missing a beat. I mean, like, he has gone and done all these great performances outside of Doctor Who, and
Yeah,
has just fallen straight back into it, and it's just like, You could. Oh, he is delivering it with such ease.
Yes.
There's, do you know what I mean? There's no. He's not looking for it.
Yeah, it's like he hadn't stopped doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know how many years it had been since he last played it. Obviously, it must be the Three Doctors. So
Well,
it's
five. No.
oh yes, of course, yeah, the
Yeah,
Five
five
Doctors.
doctors. So it'd been a couple of years, but
Um, but even then, I mean, it wasn't exactly like a regular part.
no.
He had played the part twice before in the previous sort of like
Yeah.
20 odd years, and yet he just went bang straight back into it. It's
Yeah.
like he never left.
And I mean, and again, yeah, you from the time from the five doctors to the three doctors, were they back to it was like 10th anniversary? So it'd be one every sort of like once every sort of 5 years. He'd be popping in, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's just like, yeah, it was just unbelievable, and it's just there's something pleasurable about the way he does it on screen as well. The way he's, it's like, I tell you what I like with his doctor. He's playful to the point whereby he seems like he's an idiot until you cross him.
yeah. There's I can think of a good few episodes where that is very much the case.
And he will always do it, and he will be innocent and joyful and playful, and then he'll be like, okay, now I'm going to teach you why you were wrong.
Yeah,
And and it's, there's a bit where he'd be like, oh, fearful about it or something, or he'd be like, we don't want to do that, we're gonna get shot or whatever, we don't, there'll be a genuine sort of like, but it'll be like, I'm still gonna do it, you know, and that's where his doctor like shines, and there's so much that he puts into the doctor. It still exists today. Like, people don't realize what he injected, and it took me a while to go back when I first saw, like, Power of the Daleks and so on, and to see what all the stuff that he's put into the character. You're just going, that's where that came from. Anytime somebody goes, "Would you like a jelly baby?" That's where it came from.
yeah.
This whole bit where they have had a regeneration and they're doing this, so and all this, that's where it came from. That's who it came from.
From the old war games. Yeah,
I mean, all that stuff. Well, no, not even go Power of the Daleks. Have a look at him when he's looking in the mirror in Power of the Daleks. He picks up the mirror and looks at it, and he sees Hartnell's face, and then he sees his own. It's like,
yeah.
and he starts doing all
That's true.
this.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yes.
Yeah, and it's all honesty. You'd be. He left a mark on the character that took me by surprise. And that's what made me go, this is the guy. This is the guy that had the tough job. This is the guy that had to reinvent Doctor Who for everybody. And this is the guy that actually left the mark that everybody else is copying.
Yeah, you think about it. He was given almost an impossible task because
Unbelievable.
not only replacing William Hartnell, but of course there was so much resistance from the fans. Then they hated the whole idea, didn't want to see Patrick Troughton. They wanted Hartnell back, and he had to
Yeah.
win them over. But he did it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
did he do it?
Oh, yeah. And I still, like, it's, do you know, it's strange as well, because, like, I think he was, what, 67? I think when he passed away. He was at the
I,
convention. He just had his birthday. He like literally had his birthday
that's
2 days
right. Yeah,
before.
it was it. He was in America, wasn't it?
He was at a
At a
convention.
convention. That's right.
I've actually seen the convention footage.
Really.
Yeah, I've actually seen the convention footage of him actually there talking to the fans, and it's almost heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's the sort of video I couldn't watch that.
Yeah, it's literally filmed like 2 days before,
Yeah,
and it's just like, oh, because it's like he's so energetic. He shouldn't have been on stage because he was ill. I mean, he had a heart condition. He shouldn't have been. They told him to take it easy, and he didn't listen. So it's kind of his own fault. But um, you can watch the footage, and it's just him talking to the crowd as Patrick Troughton to this Doctor Who convention in, I want to say Massachusetts. I want to say, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember. I knew it was in America somewhere, but I can't remember
Yeah,
whereabouts.
I wanna just uh Patrick Troughton. Yeah, Columbus.
Ohio, isn't it? Columbus.
Yeah, Columbus,
Yeah.
Ohio. Mm, yeah, 1987. Yeah. Um. Yeah. It's such a sad thing to see, particularly how vibrant he was as well on the stage. We're talking about Doctor Who and his love for it as well. And it's funny because he didn't leave the park because he didn't want it anymore.
No, I remember here, didn't he said something like, do like your 3 years and
Hmm.
get out while you're still on top
Yeah,
before it has the chance to start deteriorating.
yeah. And so anytime he was talking about it to the fans in particular, I mean, the fact that he was doing conventions and as a successful character actor, you can imagine, he could have said no at any time.
Mm.
He didn't have to say yes. He didn't have to do this. The fact that he was showing up after having a heart attack and still going to a convention.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I mean, he clearly, and when he's talking to the fans about it in Columbus, it's like, you know, the guy, and it's funny, particularly when he's talking about Colin Baker. Because he's talking about Colin Baker, and he never called him Colin Baker. He always called him Miss Piggy.
I do remember hearing something about that. I don't know how the name came about, but yeah, I remember hearing. I think it was a Colin Baker interview, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, how Patrick Troughton used to call him Miss
Yeah.
Piggy."
But because no, it is interesting because again, you go back to like there's earlier footage where he's talking about because over in the States it was on I want to say PBS
Uh,
in the
yeah, because
States.
I think that was the channel that would show Doctor Who, isn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, the public broadcast system. So it was kind of stuff to fill time,
Mm.
and they actually had Patrick Troughton over there to sort of do. I think he was over there to do a convention, and I think at the time, I believe they were gonna show. I want to say it was a Pertwee episode, okay? But it was during it was during Tom Baker's run. I believe it was during Tom Baker's run, but they were going to be showing a Pertwee episode, and they were talking to him about Doctor Who and so on, and they were doing the sort of the link to the to show in the episode.
Yeah,
So they were talking about it. It was just like because I think it was coming up to sort of the end of Tom Baker's run, and they were talking and speculating as to who the next Doctor is going to be. And he just flat outright just went, I think the next Doctor should be a woman. And this was going way back, like
yeah. I
way
mean,
way back.
this is what if it's coming to the end of. So it's got to be what
81
80, 81, yeah.
easily. I want to see if I'll see if I can find the video of it actually, because I think you might find it interesting.
I mean, I remember that the whole rumor of oh yeah, the next Doctor is going to be a woman. I mean, it goes back decades. I mean, I can
Well,
remember.
even Tom Baker said it. That at his run, said that it should be a woman as well. That was
Uh,
before.
well, the first time I remember hearing it was during Peter Davison's era, and Joanna Lumley was a name that always kept cropping up.
Oh, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it have been? Oh, wouldn't it have been good? Wouldn't it have been good?
I would have had no complaints at all about that.
Again, see, this is my point. Like that, people talk about a female doctor and all this stuff. They're not talking about the right people. They're not like because if it was been Joanna, even though they played it for laughs in the comic
Oh
relief episode,
yes, yeah.
when she stepped in and she was wearing that outfit, there was nothing. I've seen people go to conventions dressed as her.
Well, I got no problem with that.
it was just like the people don't understand. Like, she was it. She was like, you go back 20 odd years, she would have been the Doctor, and there's no.
It would have been a fantastic choice, definitely. I don't know if she's like retired from acting or anything. I have no idea. But I mean, do you think she could still do it today?
I think she's a bit old now. To be honest, though,
Yeah.
I think because we're talking about something that happened 20 plus. How old is she?
I have no idea. I do know that she does not look her age, but she never has.
Yeah. She's 75. Um, I'm not saying she couldn't, but
But it's unlikely.
the filming schedule for Doctor Who is unkind,
Oh yes, yeah.
and I personally think that she. I still would like to see
I
it.
say I would have no complaints at all if they did choose her, but yeah, you can certainly understand why they wouldn't.
Yeah, but going back 20 plus years, her as the Doctor would have been just because she's got a wicked sense of humor as well.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's kind of like Pamela Stevenson. Pamela Stevenson. People, she came from and she came from like not the 9 o'clock news.
yeah.
And she was a great mimic and a great comedian and all this stuff. And so she had a lot. She stopped acting though as well. God,
I haven't seen her in anything for yeah a long time.
at least 20 odd years. But a similar sort of thing there with her. I want to see where the hell is this footage of Patrick Troughton. Let's look. NJN. I don't know. Oh, new. I don't know. Oh, New Jersey Network. It was on.
Oh, so not PBS.
No, New Jersey Network apparently. Okay.
I'm surprised about that. Actually. I thought that yeah, when it was shown in America, it was always on PBS.
Yeah. 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 No. New Jersey Network apparently. So there we are. He is available on there. Wow. Okay. It doesn't give me a date on this. Um. Short piece of Patrick Troughton, the second Doctor, prior to showing. Revelation of the Daleks apparently.
Good story. Do like Revelation.
On the New Jersey Network, Patrick pokes fun at Colin Baker. Yeah, there's that, and there is an earlier one as well. I'm trying to find it. Because there's one on BBC Breakfast where he's with Peter Davison, so that's even earlier.
That must be for the Five Doctors, surely.
Probably, yeah, yeah. I would have thought so. Yeah, actually, no, PBS New Jersey Network. Yeah, there's a.
Oh, okay. So it is actually part of the PBS network then. Well, I mean, I'm not too up on like the yeah how the American television networks
No,
were.
I think it's I think it's regional, but it's still under the one. So it's kind of like they're probably getting stuff in from because it's got to be state to state.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I lived out in America for about 6 months, but believe me, if you live out there, um, watching American television, it will put you off television for life.
I tell
It's
you what. So use a fun fact for you. Okay. I have never ever ever seen an episode of Seinfeld, right?
I've never seen a full one.
I put the pilot episode of Seinfeld on, the first episode of Seinfeld on, because it's on Netflix. They've got all 9 years of it on Netflix.
Right.
I did make it to the end.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I didn't make it to the end. It was shit.
Yeah.
Even he's supposed to be a stand-up comedian who doesn't have jokes, who isn't funny. I mean, he was just talking about stuff in the same way that we're talking about stuff now. It was like, remember washing? Isn't it funny how the way you put your washing in a washing machine?
That is sort of like the level
No.
of his material.
No, it's not funny.
You know, the thing that really killed it for me, it may seem like, a petty and insignificant thing. It's the slap bass between every scene cut.
Oh, I don't know.
By the time you're like halfway through the episode, because these scenes are all very, very short, you are so sick of hearing that.
Yeah.
And that was why I couldn't make it through one episode.
I put the first episode on. It's like I can't watch this shit.
No.
This is tripe, and I'm not going to bother with the rest of this. And how the hell did this make 9 years?
Yeah. There are a few things that get me turning the television off faster than hearing the words American sitcom. But yeah, I do think Seinfeld is possibly the worst example of them.
See, I'm trying to think of where, because the biggest problem I got with a lot of American sitcoms is that they're all heroes. If you know what I mean,
Yeah.
none of them are, even the losers are heroes.
Yeah.
There's always a thing of, and I just finished watching The Big Bang Theory, right?
Oh, I can't
Now,
be doing with that.
used to enjoy The Big Bang Theory, and I sat down and I watched it, and I've watched all of it now, right? Every episode, right? But the only reason why I watched every episode was because I'd already started it, and I was already like 4 seasons in. Right?
So
You know what I mean?
you're gonna see it through to the bitter end,
Regardless.
Yeah.
And I've actually done a WhatsApp. I can actually show. I probably should be able to show you that. Oh, my son has sent a message saying, "Nah, got it all wrong." If he was Lemmy, and he sent a picture. But I actually done a WhatsApp talking a little bit about Big Bang Theory, and just going back a little bit. I'll try to find it. The reason was that by the time I got to season 6 of The Big Bang Theory, it was a case of what the hell is this shit?
I gotta be honest, I'm amazed it took you as long as that to be asking that question.
No, because the thing was that it was the fact that things disintegrated into the show, and
and everyone was absolute scum, and
yeah. So this is what I've got here on WhatsApp here when I'm talking to my friends about this. So it's like yeah. So I've been making my way through The Big Bang Theory. I'm now on season 8. Okay.
Oh God.
And I think they've titled the show wrong. I think it should be called Petty Shitty People.
That would be a much more accurate title.
And a friend of mine said I stopped watching around season 6. Couldn't really put my finger on why. And I said, well, they're just shitty to each other. They do mean things. Every sentence ends with them putting each other down while trying to one up themselves. It's getting harder to sit through. And yeah. So it was literally the fact that every single time, and even I remember it getting to like season 11.
It went on that long?
No, season 12 it finished on. But
Jesus Christ.
But the season 11, even season 11 was like, these characters have learned nothing.
No.
Like,
if anything, they've regressed. There's no progression.
Like Raj Koothrappali is still a self-centered, self-serving son of a bitch. He's literally there's an episode in season 11 whereby Penny discovers a comet, and he takes all the credit. And even when it turns out that she, um, he's like, "Oh, okay, maybe we'll share the credit." It was like, "No, you're still a twat."
Yeah.
There's one particular episode actually, in the Big Bang Theory, which made me kind of go, "Fuck these people!" Like these people hate each other. These people actually complain that they used to get beaten up in school all the time. But I'm thinking to myself, they probably deserved
Yeah,
it
they say they deserved it, yeah.
because there's an episode whereby Sheldon, Leonard is moving out of the apartment, and Sheldon is there, and he's going like, "Well, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep this," and Leonard's like, "Well, that's everything. You keep it. You're keeping everything." I said, "Right, fine. Well, I'm going to keep this flag, the apartment flag." And so, because of that, Sheldon cuts off the Wi-Fi and does all this shitty stuff to him. And you think, right, at the end of the episode, he's going to get his comeuppance. He's going to get his, just desserts for being shitty to him. And at the end of the episode, he comes up to the end of the episode, and they just end up going like, "All right, let's go back and we'll accept Sheldon for who he is and all this." And then they move back in together and all this. And it's just like, this guy's been an absolute twat.
Yeah.
Like this guy, this guy needs to be punched in the face. Like and these are supposed to be friends. Like I don't know of anybody who behaves that way and you'd let anybody get away with that.
No.
It was just the fact that he was doing things like he would cut off like what was it? He had the remote to turn up the heating on the apartment and shit like that, and it was just like he was just doing all these nasty things to people. And it's just like, you need to punch this guy.
Yeah. Now that would be an episode that I would watch. Yeah.
Yeah, but all of them behave like it. Leonard and Penny are really shallow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Howard Wolowitz is just obsessed with being the center of attention. Again, Raj is just self-serving, selfish, self-centered. It's just they're all shitty to each other though, and there's like these people are supposed to be friends. They're supposed to like each other. They don't like each other. The only reason why they're together is because nobody else will have them. That's the only excuse they've got.
Yeah, it's the only reason.
I can never imagine anybody else putting up with that. And Sheldon himself, actually, the character of Sheldon probably should have been in a psych ward.
Yeah, I have never known it. It's been going on for years. Social media seems utterly obsessed with making him out to be this great individual, and you just think, no, he's an arsehole.
Yeah, true. If he doesn't get his way, he'll punish people.
Yeah.
And that's not a great person at all.
Yeah, it's it. And this is somebody that Americans seem to find aspirational.
And he's physically incapable of doing anything. It just I don't get it, and it got to the last episode whereby it all sort of comes to a head, where he actually gets called out on some of his bullshit, and then he kind of he does this one speech in the final episode, and it's like, oh, that's supposed to be taken all back. It's like, no, this guy is still a twat.
Yeah.
This guy's learned nothing. None of you have learned nothing, but maybe you all deserve each other.
No, I think that is the conclusion is that this lot deserve each other.
Yeah, and I don't know whether or not it's because it went on too long.
Well, American programs always do. They never know when to end it, do they?
It's a strange one because The Big Bang Theory, like to me, I got through all 12 seasons relatively quick. But when I looked at it, it was because by the time I skipped the title sequences, it was about 16 minutes per episode.
Yeah, that's right.
So I could get through 4 episodes in an hour, pretty much. But I think, like, I know this is one of the problems with the way they write these shows, is that because they can't introduce new characters all the time into the show, they keep attributing episodes to each individual. So it gets more and more insane. Like this character used to do this character can do this every week, and then it's like, right, then we're gonna give this guy this storyline. And then we're
Yeah,
gonna get this storyline. This one's even now. You got Howard going into space, and now it's Howard on the space station, and now and it's just like, oh no, and now this one makes this discovery. This one, and it's like these people are just being attributed these things based upon ordinarily you would introduce a new character that would take them on this way, but to save money, instead of paying for a new actor to come in,
yeah.
you
They just
attributed it
give.
to one of the pre-existing actors, and now
Yeah,
you've got this character. It's like Homer Simpson. You know, Homer Simpson has done everything under the
yeah,
sun.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. There
You
isn't a
know,
job going that Homer Simpson hasn't done at some point.
because
Yeah.
they kept attributing something to him every week. So and he quickly became the center of the universe, pretty much, of the Simpsons, anyway. And yeah, and then by the time when you add it all up, it's like this character's insane.
Yeah.
And I noticed it. I first noticed it really with Ross in Friends. Actually, it was the fact that Ross was the most normal person out of the entire group in Friends, and by the time he got to season 10, he was absolutely mental.
Friends is another one like Seinfeld. I've never been able to sit through a single episode. I think
Oh,
I made about 5 minutes of one, and I'd had enough.
I loved the first 6 episodes of the first 6 seasons, I should say, of Friends. The first 6 seasons I've got on DVD. I bought them because it was just like I enjoyed this show because it takes a bit. I actually started Friends in a weird place. I first started watching Friends around about season 3, so I hadn't seen the first 2 seasons. So, but at the time it was like buy one get one free. So I was like going to the DVD. I was going to like Woolworths. Haha, there we
Right.
go.
Yeah, yeah, blast from the past. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to Woolworths and buying DVD. So you get a Bond DVD, which obviously I'm a big Bond fan, and you'd be buy one get one free. So it'd be like, well, one of these, and I thought, well, there's 6 episodes on Friends here, so I'll get one of these and see. It's free technically. I didn't want to buy another. I had all the other Bonds.
Hmm.
So it was just like I had a spare thing to get, and it was just like I'm not gonna buy that movie. That's shit. I'm not gonna buy that movie. That's shit. It's like, well, what else is free? What else is in the free range? And it's like, right, there's 6 episodes of Friends on you. All right, I'll get that. Right, it's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be good. And I put it on and I watched it, and I did laugh. And if I can laugh, like for example, right, on Netflix now they've got one of the classic old British shitty films, Bloodbath at the House of Death, right?
Which I'm pretty sure I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kenny Everett, right? And it's terrible. Kenny Everett and Vincent Price, right? And it's a terrible, terrible film, right? It's the lowest of low budget movies, right? It's
Well,
literally it's literally I can honestly say it's got approximately 4 locations in the entire film, which I'm pretty sure if you turn the camera will turn out to be one location,
yeah, in one room. Yeah.
right? It's got really cheap sets and all this, and it's basically, it's this really, it's written by Barry Cryer as well, right? So
I mean, you make it sound good. I haven't seen it 'cause I don't recognise it from the description. I thought I did
no,
from the title. But Kenny
it's
Everett, Vincent Price, written by Barry Cryer, it all sounds good to me.
it's really low budget, right? And the premise of the film is that there are some aliens from outer space that are Satan worshippers. Okay,
Yeah, okay,
this
yeah.
is where it's going, right? They're
Right.
alien Satan worshippers from outer space
Right, okay, yeah.
that are murdering people in this house.
Mm.
Okay, and basically they're trying to resurrect Satan from to take over the earth. Anyway, I'm watching this film now, and all the jokes are a little bit limp, a little bit tired, and all this stuff. There's this one joke with a cello that I'm pissing myself, right? And I don't care how shit the rest of the film is. I don't care. It's got a terrible ending. It ends so fast, and it's really crap. I don't care. They've won me.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes with comedy is that he doesn't take the whole thing to be funny. I can have a little giggle here and there. Oh, yeah, that's silly, that's funny. There's a blind guy, and you can imagine the gags here where he's walking through a pub and so on, and
Yeah.
he's going the wrong way, and he bumps into stuff and knocks things. There's nothing fresh about this. But the one cello gag is fucking lightning in a bottle. And when I saw it,
I'm gonna have to check this on YouTube now, see if it's
oh,
on there.
please tell me. I will have a look here. C- um, um, yes, Shallow. Let's see if that's in there. Yes, it's on there. I got it. Here we go. I'll put it in the private chat. I, I'm pretty sure it's the right scene. There you go.
Right, let's take a look at this.
It's the set. It was everything.
Well, I think I can predict where this is going already, but yeah, I knew it.
Silly bastards.
That is John Fortune in it as well. I mean, it's all looking and sounding good.
But it's a really shit film. But I don't mind. I don't mind. It's honestly, they had me with that gag. It's genuinely there's there's some stuff in it that's just like again you got Vincent Price in it as this creepy immortal guy, and yeah, it's as low budget as you can get.
I have a feeling I'm going to be watching that one in the next
Oh
few days.
Gareth Hunt is in it,
I mean, he's got
and
plenty
he's
of
not
names.
phoning it in.
Oh, so he's done a better job here than on Planet of the Spiders, then.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, but yeah, it's really it's on. I think they got it on Netflix. But yeah, I watched it and it's just like, yeah, now that's how you win me over. It doesn't take the entire film. It just takes me to just that one thing.
Yeah, yeah, one scene. Yeah, I can think of a few films like that. Yeah,
Because the thing is, when it first started, the basically like people are being killed in this house and all that in weird and silly ways and all this stuff, and you kind of get it. But that in that scene, you can see the setup there, and he's just like he's walking through the corridor, and he just starts playing the Jaws theme,
mm,
and you're just thinking, oh, they're just building atmosphere, like because you hear the creak, and you're
yeah,
wondering, oh, how does he hear that? He hears the creak, and it's like oh, that's where he's going to go check out. And of course, he walks back down, and he opens, and then that happens, and it's like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
Christ.
yeah. It was predictable. As soon as I heard it, I thought, right, I know what's coming. I don't care that it's predictable, though. If it's
No, it
funny,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
it's good. Yeah,
The fact he's sitting on the bog as well.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you can bet your life that was Kenny Everett, sort of like, yo, hang on, no, we'll just change it, and then he's sitting on the car. So there you go.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's crazy mental. But that's all it takes. That's why I like some of the shitty movies, some of the really bad films out there, is because there's just I feel like there's more of a freedom. I don't like for example you see all these like big films that they got putting out these days, and the problem I got with them is that I feel like they're not allowing people to enjoy making the films. That they have to be deadly serious about it. They have to be, we're dealing with serious drama here, and we're dealing with, we're making a piece of entertainment here, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, you're not. It's a film. He's wearing those clothes because you told him to pull his clothes on. But those aren't his clothes, or she's driving that car because it's not her car. But I mean, I understand it if you're making a serious sort of film, but not everything has to be that way. And like with something like Bloodbath of the House of Death, it's got a great British cast, but none of them give a shit.
Yeah. That's the best way for that kind of film. That is the best way of making it.
Yeah, and like I mean, like I don't know how you feel about these films, but like the Carry On films,
Oh, I'm a big Carry On fan.
right? So imagine this as like Carry On Screaming.
Yeah.
It's the same level of jokes. You can imagine it's the same level of joke. Like do you mind if I smoke?
Yeah, it's good.
You know,
Yeah, that's the scene everyone remembers from that, isn't it?
yeah. So and it's that sort of filmmaking I feel is missing from today's cinema.
Yeah.
That I don't understand. I genuinely, right? I genuinely can't understand how anyone can spend $250 million on a film.
No, I can't either. That kind of budget is just ludicrous.
If you can't make a film for £5 million, you shouldn't be in the film industry.
No, I totally agree. The budgets have become massively overinflated, and the end result for me never comes close to
Uh,
justifying the amount of money spent on it.
and the other part of this is the fact that it used to be again. It used to be like it was a big effects movie if it had 32 effect shots in it.
Mm.
Now it's 32 effect shots per scene.
Yeah, pretty much.
And like where do you cross the line from this is now no longer a film to this is now an animated movie?
The film
Because
that really stood out for me for getting me to think like that was Attack of the Clones. Was it Attack of the Clones? No, it was the one afterwards,
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith. Right from the start, and you're sitting there thinking, is any of this live action?
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, you got a couple of scenes here with Obi-Wan and Anakin, yeah,
Given
and that's it.
I'll be honest though, given the fact that they had to rotoscope, and here's the interesting thing, right? They had to rotoscope everybody, right?
Mm.
Now they shot it on against a blue screen, but unfortunately, the way blue screens work is blue screens, green screens, the whole thing is that when the characters have to be lifted off the screen, it's an imperfect lift. So those characters also have to be rotoscoped as well. So they're paying for about 600 people. Well, maybe not that five. Say 300
All right.
people just to sit there drawing these stencils around these people. Even though they filmed on a blue screen, they're
Mm.
still drawing these stencils around these people every frame by frame, frame by frame, every frame for a 2.5 hour movie.
Jesus Christ.
Yep, yep.
That's a
Like,
pretty labour intensive, filmmaking process by
well,
the sound of it.
say 2.5 hour film. So how many seconds in 2.5 hours? Yeah.
Right, where's my calculator?
Seconds. How many
So
seconds in 2.5? 9,000. There's 9,000 seconds. Right? 9,000 multiplied by 25. That's
225,000.
frames. And most of that, so you're looking at maybe 18,000 frames where everybody has to be rotoscoped. That's about that. 18, so you call it 18,000 frames of film that have to be rotoscoped.
Yeah.
It's just insane. Absolutely, like he would. I appreciate the technique. I appreciate the fact that they've got all this effort to put these elements together to create these elements for this film. I totally get it. Just shoot on a fucking location.
Yeah. It's, I'd I can appreciate yeah, what they were doing, but
At one
I'm
point in Star Wars, the filmmaking technique that they used for Revenge of the Sith is no different to what they did for Tron.
which was made in, what was it, 82, 81,
Yeah,
82?
where they just literally taking frame by frame by frame and doing it like an animated movie where they literally just paint in people's faces into the shot, like literally. And don't get me wrong, right? Obviously it looks good, but it's just the justification of it. I mean, if you're gonna do this up for everything, like obviously you'd expect the movie to bloody look good. It better look good. But at the same time, like I can't justify that. I couldn't justify it. I still again, like I said, I can't justify if you can't make a movie for $5 million, you can't fucking make a movie.
Mm.
And it's I can't comprehend where this money is getting pissed away on.
No, that's the thing that gets me. They well,
I
let's take the one that really kick-started it all. Titanic. That
mhm,
was what 100 million
yeah,
in '99. And
159.
I'm watching it and I'm thinking, where have they spent this, $100 million on this thing? Especially when, with that film in particular, you compare it to A Night to Remember, made in the 50s, on a budget that wouldn't even cover the catering of Titanic. It's a
So
far better film,
here's the issue with the Night to Remember, which nobody really knows.
right? I'm a big fan of Night to Remember, so
Okay,
I'm bracing myself for this one.
okay. You know all the shots of the Titanic in A Night to Remember.
Are you going to say about a lot of them were taken from a previously made film?
They were,
Yes.
but they were also taken from a particular previously made film.
The Nazi propaganda film.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they really saved a shitload of money by not having to do the miniature effects,
Yeah.
and that did save them a lot of money. But with the '97 Titanic movie, I'm gonna say a lot of the money went on James Cameron's ego.
Yeah.
They did not have to commission a sub to go down to the actual Titanic.
No. Why did they need to do that? To
Exactly.
make this film. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they built three miniatures of the Titanic. They had the huge 35 footer, which is a model. We can't call it a miniature.
Yeah.
They had the same one again for the sunken version for the model shot, which was done. But they also had the sectional model version as well for the whole break in the middle. Um, but then obviously then they built the full size ship in Mexico, whereby they actually blew a bloody small hole in the earth where they filled it with water for it to be the sea. Now I don't know how many people can afford to build a fucking ocean in Mexico.
No. Um,
And
or
they literally blew the 7 stages of shit out of the ground. They literally blew a hole in the desert and
I'm,
filled it with
I'm
seawater.
I'm kind of thinking though, wouldn't it have perhaps been cheaper and easier to just go to the coast?
It sort of was coastal. It was a deserty kind of area, but it was near the coast, and they just blew a massive hole. Like it was about, I want to say it was about a kilometer square. So they blew a hole in the floor to fill with water, so they could put this Titanic ship in because they built the ship.
Uh,
They built the ship from stem to stern.
so one
They,
to one, full size.
full size. It was only on one side, but it was. If you look at the Um, so yeah, see if we've got.
All the time, all I'm thinking is, why was that necessary? Why was any of that necessary?
Uh-huh. I'm with you on that. So yeah, yes.
Incidentally, right, the Nazi propaganda film that was used, that they used in The Night to Remember, I
Mhm.
think they've actually lost the original.
Probably. It wouldn't surprise me. So yeah, just to give you some idea as to the sort of size we're dealing with, and it was the way that they were shooting it as well, which I kind of did help. Not really. Um, where the hell is it? Because like, I mean, they put a shitload of research into it because they found old photos of some of the people that were on board the Titanic. So they had people dress and made up to look like the people as well.
Okay.
So, but just to give you some idea of the the film, there we go. You can see how big that is because it
So,
shows us in
so
front.
yeah, so that's the one-to-one thing, and that in that area then that they've blasted
Oh
and
yes,
filled. Jesus Christ!
oh yes. That's how in certain scenes, you get people. You know, in the scene where by the lowering the boats
Yeah.
and then people fall into the water. That's how you get that. Um, I'm trying to find a.
Comment here from Chris. Bloody hell, you're still going.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
we're still here.
yes. Why not? It's either that or go to bed. Um, I want to find the image because it's literally like sort of just people just blast in and it's just this big huge explosion where they blow the floor. Because there is a video of it somewhere of them. Um, it's like yeah. Uh, so look, yeah. Because yeah, it's pretty much how they managed all the sinking ship shots and everything, and it was just basically in a bloody huge tank that they built. Um, none of it was a miniature, and it's just like you know, there was absolutely no need to do it.
No, I can't think of any justification. There's no need for it. It's not necessary. It's spending money for the
Just
sake of spending money.
yeah, they could have achieved it any other way. Um, I'm trying to find the bloody. I'm looking for the aerial view where they actually blew it because then it gives you some idea of the scale and devastation that they.
I'm assuming when they finished filming, they drained the water back out of it again.
I don't know because there's a huge problem with sort of something like that in that they might have had to have filled it back in potentially. Um,
I would have assumed that I'd assume so. I can't imagine the Mexican government being too keen on having a 1 kilometre square hole blasted in their country for no reason.
there you go. There's the size of the
Yeah.
tank. Like you got to remember that this ditch that they've got here with the ship in it
Mm.
is deep enough to get the ship in it.
Yeah.
and it's also deep now. It's about 40 feet deep. That you can see the area of the land, and some of this is being grafted as well. But this was, um, you can see it's fairly coastal here. It is desert. Everything behind us is desert. But the reason why they built this here was because they could shoot out to sea.
Yeah, I see
Does
what
that
you
make
mean.
sense?
Yes, yeah.
So you could get this horizon, which you couldn't get otherwise. Like, you could. It's just again ego.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Let's use a method that involves spending millions of dollars. Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, like this whole situation here where they go, oh, like it's in the tank. That's not a bloody tank.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
No.
that there is a van. That there is a lorry. You
Yeah.
know, it's incredible. It's just mal. Again, I couldn't possibly justify it, and it's
No, as far as I'm concerned, there is no justification for it. There was
um,
no need to spend that sort of money on a film back then, and 22 years later, I still can't see any justifications for spending 100 million plus on a film.
yeah.
Not even close to it.
There's another view. It's the top side view of it,
Yeah.
so you can see just how big this bloody ditch was. Yeah, it's um. I find it again. That's why I like the lower budget films anyway, because I think, they try harder.
Yeah, because
They
it's
don't
not just a
succeed.
case of let's throw money at it. Yeah, yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. They don't always succeed. More often than not, they don't. But at least they give it a go. They know their limitations and they work with
yeah.
what's available to them.
Well, like I said, watch the bloodbath of the House of Death.
I am definitely catching that.
I'll guarantee you, it's got one road, one pub, one house, and a forest, and that's it.
Yeah,
And and,
that's
and, and I'll guarantee you they probably all shot with a turn of a camera.
yeah.
It's
You can bet your life it was.
it's such a cheap film. It you could probably do better these days with a camcorder anyway, but it's still it's remarkable. But yeah, it had me it had me with the cello gags, and
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
it.
With that one scene, yeah, I'm definitely checking that out.
Yeah, right. It is getting a bit late now, so I am actually going to call it a day.
Okay,
And see you next week when we are going to be doing season 3 wrap up with Chris. Hopefully back.
we'll
If he's
be here.
watching, if he is watching,
Yeah, I
he's
say
watching Chris.
if he is still there. Well, he
So
was there anyway.
yeah. So yeah, we'll do the whole third Doctor wrap up next week, and then
Looking
it's
forward to
moving
it.
on to Edge of Destruction.
Oh, yeah. No,
That's gonna
I'll
be fun.
definitely be around for that one.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It is gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll have a good one. Anyway, so take care and see you next time.
See you later.